La la la. La. Oh, I have monitor on. Shit. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. La 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 la. Um. La 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 la. La. Let me see. Yes, now everything's working right. But we still need more games. La la la. La 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 la. It's working. Pretty sure. Oh, but my phone. 1 sec. Oh, come on. And does my stream go to crap? Hmm. Hmm. What is going on? There we go. For a second, anyway.
We're not safe, are we?
They're coming. Who's coming? Illusionalize. They're coming to take Destiny.
There's only one way this is going to end if we wait.
I'm not surrendering this ship.
Once I've changed completely, the Colonel will see me as a threat.
It's gonna work now? Interesting. Why has my internet connection gone to shit again?
Welcome back, Defenders. Jake here. let's talk about what's going on inside of Russia. This is what the air quality over the city of St. Petersburg has looked like for the last 2 days. Here's a different picture from a different angle, showing a massive fire in the distance. What the heck happened? Video. Colossal warehouse fire in St. Petersburg. A massive blaze ripped through the warehouse of Russia's equivalent of Amazon. The company's name is Wildberries. Wildberries is
That's
the
what I can't
largest
forget.
Russian online retailer, and it exists in several other countries, including Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. And the pictures and videos online are wild. I'll link some of them down below if you want to see a massive warehouse burning down to the ground. And I actually already knew about Wildberries and this warehouse because this video went viral last year. It's company policy to strip their employees down to their underwear upon entering the warehouse and leaving the warehouse to cut down on theft. So I get it why you would strip search employees when leaving work, but why would you strip search Russian women upon entering the warehouse? That's pretty weird, Russia. And this is a video I'll link down below showing the fire spreading through the lanes, the aisles containing all the warehouse goods. The subtitle here says, "Out, everyone out. The effing roof is collapsing." And people were trying to get out of the warehouse, but first they were going to the employee locker room to get their jackets, their cell phones, their purses. And initially the security guards were not letting them leave, insisting that they still be strip searched so they weren't stealing products, when the building was on fire and the roof was collapsing. Eventually, they did push back through security, and about 1,000 employees were in the warehouse at the time of the fire. All indications are is that nobody was harmed or killed, and everyone safely evacuated. But this thing burned for over 24 hours. Estimates are that over $100 million worth of goods, including the property, completely burned to the ground. Does Russia not install sprinkler systems? It seems like a warehouse fire should have been contained or controlled without the entire building burning to the ground. What caused it? Arson is named as the probable cause of the fire at the Wildberries warehouse in St. Petersburg. Who would do this? Who would have a motive? And here's an interesting theory from Sergesh Samleny. This is his theory behind the motive of the arsonist. A background for understanding today's fire at the Russian Wildberries warehouse. Russian companies are obliged to pay a slave toll to the military, delivering a certain number of recruits from their employees. Some companies pay ransoms to protect their employees. Wildberries, a Russian clone of Amazon, did the opposite. They mass delivered slave soldiers, and they've been doing this since 2022.
What am I
Wildberries
doing?
helped police to mass arrest employees and forcibly recruit them.
Oh,
What
hey.
Russians do
Sorry.
to avoid being conscripted is they just hide. They keep their address secret. But they still have to work. They still have to earn money. So what Wildberries was doing was cooperating with the Russian military, waiting for employees to show up for work, and then pushing them out of the building into the arms of the police, who arrest them and then deliver them to the summoning offices. According to rumors, today's fire in St. Petersburg was set by employees who were furious about the plans of their slave owners to sell them to the military. That's a pretty good motivation. Let's check in on the weather, and I'm not saying NATO has a weapon that can control the weather, but if they did, this is pitch perfect. Look at this dividing line between this purple color, which is about negative 18 degrees Celsius, or about
Oh, don't
0
talk to me
Fahrenheit.
about fucking
This is the
temperatures.
rest of the European
Jake.
continent, which is having a normal winter. I know winters in Russia are always brutal. They last 5 or 6 months. But this winter is wreaking havoc on Russia's infrastructure. Here's the capital city of Moscow, and the government has announced there will be scheduled rolling blackouts to conserve energy. The blackouts will not exceed 12 hours per day, and they're going to last through the end of March. This is how much Russia is struggling just to keep their citizens warm and the lights on. It's not just Moscow, it's other cities as well. Here's a clip from Rostov-on-Don. This is Russia's 11th largest city. In this video, the woman is saying it's a spontaneous flash mob because nobody has electricity and everyone's just sitting in their apartments with flashlights.
Флешмоб на Вайнвит-Сити. Фонарики в окнах.
Ukraine's not even targeting their energy infrastructure with drones and missiles. Could you imagine how bad things in Russia would be if Ukraine was deliberately trying to do this? Boiling water floods streets of Novosibirsk, leaving residents without heat. Lots of pictures and videos online of pipes bursting and new water fountains being put in city centers. Here's a water main that burst, gushing out steam through this sidewalk. None of this is going to get fixed before May or June when it warms up. It's also happening in Moscow. Here's another pipe that bursts, providing the people with a new water fountain. Marvelous. And this is a perfect example of FAFO. F around, find out. Natalka made this compilation clip of Russian propagandists going back to last year, bragging that this was their plan for Ukraine, to destroy the energy infrastructure of Ukraine so people were without water, without electricity, without heat. The civilian population, to the maximum extent, would be suffering. I'll read a little bit. I'll link this down below. We're striking Ukraine. Look, it's impressive. It's impressive. They will be left without gas, without electricity.
Oh, man. I just need 2 scabs. 2 scabs. And then need the other ones. And we need to do that, and this, and that, and this. And look, I've already been raiding all night. I'm trying to reset my schedule, my sleep schedule, so I can make it to my doctor's appointment early Wednesday morning. So today, I still need to stay up minimum 12 hours, minimum until 6 p.m. Then go to bed, wake up early Tuesday morning, go to my aunt's apartment in town, because if I'm here on the island Wednesday morning, I know I'm going to be late for the doctor. I'm going to spend the night in town. And early to bed Tuesday evening and wake up Wednesday. And then in the afternoon back to the island. And I know I ain't getting shit done outside today. Already been awake for 12 hours at 6 a.m. now. Well, 6:50. It's cold. I ain't gonna be doing shit outside today. I think we're gonna if I can stay not a zombie, I think we're gonna be on until fucking I go to bed. That's exactly what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for them all to go inside. Then I'm gonna do this back area, get out, kill 2 scabs on the way. Those 2. No. And then I still need 5 from 25 meters. And then I need to heal. I need to. That's not now. That's not now. That's ongoing all the time. 3 more of those. How? 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 I hit him twice! Only his head was showing. And then he eliminates me immediately with the same obstacle in the way. Is that a scab? How? $849 to my 4,000. I don't know how that fucking happened. Ha! Motherfucker. Oh, man.
City without everything, they need to freeze and rot there. Hospitals won't.
Ugh! That was annoying. I think I need coffee is what I think I need. Yeah, 1 second. Be absolutely right back. I'm gonna brew some coffee.
Work. More Ukrainians will die on the operating tables. So this is a Russian propagandist saying, if we continue to target their energy infrastructure, then people who get sick, like Gonzalo Lira, and go to the hospital won't be properly treated and are more likely to die. This has been Russia's strategy all along. The clip continues and then it fast forwards to today where Moscow local reporters are having to report lack of heat, lack of water, lack of electricity. It's just cosmic justice being served. But what is the reason for these series of utility disasters happening all across Russia? Natalka made a great post giving 3 reasons. And what are they? The fact that the hard worker type, that is, the same worker or plumber who monitors the condition of utility pipes, is especially vulnerable to mobilization. Meaning, if you're good at your job, fixing pipes and maintaining the electrical grid,
Okay, coffee is
you're
dripping.
mobilized by the military to be sent to the war zone in Ukraine to fix stuff there and support the military. So if you're good at your job, you were targeted and extracted from your civilian cities to be sent to the war zone.
I'm gonna run
The other
another
reason is these are
shotgun.
not great jobs. If you're a
Load out.
competent plumber or electrician, having to fix broken stuff outside in Russia in the wintertime, these are not great working conditions, and you're not really making good money. So if you're good at your job, you might just volunteer
Motherfucker.
for the Russian military to go south where it's a little bit warmer, work in the war zone, fixing pipes and electric wires.
I wish I knew which way. It's gotta feed
2 to 3 times
from
what
there.
you were being paid
So
as a
first
city
thing in
municipal
is the
employee.
first thing out.
So the best people to fix all of this stuff have been drained, sent to the war zone. And that's why everything across Russia is slowly breaking down. When we check in on the military map, no progress made by the Russians. The city of Avdiivka continues to hold. But let's get an on-the-ground report from a Russian soldier. And this time it's actually a Chechen. This is a Katarov filming this video, describing what the war zone is like. I'm going to link this down below. I can't show certain parts of the video because he does show Russian corpses, dead bodies.
Oops.
But this is what this Chechen has to say. We're at war. This is a very hot zone. This is the Chechen man who's speaking right here. And we're fighting here. I just got back from there. There's 2 dead men. They've been there a really long time. Getting home alive is a big problem here.
God
There's
damn
another
it.
one.
How the fuck
His
did
head's
that
been
happen?
torn off. He's headless.
That sounds like fun.
Okay, well, he still has it, but it's almost torn off. That's the way it is. I hope the same thing doesn't happen to us and we get home. Yeah, that's how they're lying there. The shelling hasn't stopped.
Hey,
They're
drink.
sitting in little holes underground, wet, no food. This is a place
Coffee
to
is
go crazy.
finishing
Ones with
right
this are
now.
afraid
I
to
could
come
hear
out.
it.
Half the brigade won't go out to fight. They refuse. They don't do anything. And I'm out in front of them, rushing around, or rather,
What was I looking?
some
Oh
of the
yeah,
guys
drink.
are moving around. This is our brother. He takes out the wounded. When there are wounded in battle, one of them takes them out. This is what's left of our forest after a bombing 2 days
Really?
ago.
I don't have any drink?
That's the way it is. They are booby-trapped drones flying overhead, kamikaze drones, and other
Really?
dropped grenades. And this is where we live. This is our dugout underground. It's just an oilcloth on top. That's our machine gun back from work. This is our support for the Chechens. And this is our bulletproof armor. That's how we live here. We're living here today. On the 26th, we have to come back here. That's where our enemies are. We need to take that territory from them. That's the goal. This is where more than half of the army will die, and many have already died a year ago. It's a tough place, no kidding. It's muddy inside. This place is disgusting.
Be right back getting my coffee.
But that's how they live. Glory to the Empire. So Putin needs more meat for the war machine, given Russia's horrible rate of loss. And the Russians have a brilliant idea. Russian prisons are cutting off the heating in order to force prisoners to go fight in Ukraine. This is according to Bild. The publication claims that such radical measures have been approved by Putin himself, who is trying to use the cold weather to replenish his weakened troops in Ukraine. Temperatures are now reaching negative 35 degrees Celsius, and these Russian prisoners have no heat. On top of that, they're also deliberately
I'd really like to know how he sprayed me
freeze them
between that fucking barrier that
with
I
the
was also
military
shooting.
deploying
His head
Storm
was
Z
right in my
units
fucking...
to be used as cannon fodder in Avdiivka.
I don't get it. Doesn't matter.
And Russia's getting really creative. Russian lawmakers push to allow foreigners with criminal records to serve in the Russian military. So Russian criminals can serve, and foreigners can serve, but Russia wants to put those two together. So are there any prisoners in, let's say, North Korea that the North Koreans would be comfortable selling to the Russian military? Are there any prisoners in Iran that the Iranians would be willing to sell to the Russian military to be used in these meat wave attacks in Avdiivka? This is absolutely insane. An increasing number of criminals and mercenaries from Africa are fighting with the Russian armed forces in Ukraine. We've got videos, and I'm going to play a little bit of this video showing foreign recruits in the Russian military.
Это кадры вообще уникальные. Из Сомали, да? А как зовут?
Я чуть-чуть русский.
Хорошо.
You're from Somali, right? Right. Okay, I am Mohammed. Arba Hussein from India. Hussein Mohammed from Syria. Nothing but the best in the Russian military. Okay, I'm back here. Wait. Oh, fuck, this is Emercom. This wasn't what I thought it was. Well. I think I'm the furthest back. Spawn there and in that yard. I've been liking shotguns today. I wish these scads out here would spawn. Oh yeah, I need to go and exfil on customs. I did the Aquarius mission, but I haven't exfilled. I've been killed twice. The first time when I did it, killed like 50 meters from exfil. And then the same deal when I went back in just to exfil. Why is my internet connection like that? See, and as soon as I put the video to play, my ping goes away. I don't get it. I also want to buy 16 more gigs of RAM and then start playing DCS again. Need to get head tracking working, or need to get, yeah, a webcam so I can do head tracking, and then I need to test all my HOTAS and see if it still works after sitting around for 4 years, and before that getting like used really hard for 4 years. Where the fuck are these scads? Don't want to go in there. I am only hunting for scads right now. I've still run into PMCs every fucking raid. Sometimes I've died, sometimes they've died. The best was at level 42 though. Right in the face with Magnum. That happened over there. No loot spawned on those boxes. Nothing. What? Oh, fuck. Okay, that's more valuable. I didn't bring a backpack. Now just make our way to Scav Road, kill 2 Scavs, and get out. Better spawn me some fucking Scavs. I like that shotgun I just lost. '20 age. Oh, get fucking stuck. That might actually be too bright. Hey! I'm resetting my, are you still here? Or did I miss you? I'm resetting my clock because I've been waking up at like 2 p.m. Wednesday morning early, I have my first shrink appointment. And fucking fuckers giving an ADHD motherfucker an early morning appointment. God damn it. They should fucking know better. Anyway, so I've been waking up at like 2 p.m. and shit the last few days. So now I'm resetting my clock. Yesterday I got out of bed at 6 p.m. It's now 7 a.m. I want to stay awake at least until 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. today, Monday. Go to sleep early, wake up early Tuesday morning, do a couple things around here. Then I'm going to go to my aunt's apartment in town. Because if I'm here on the island Wednesday morning with an early morning appointment, I'm either going to be late or I'm going to miss it totally. So I'll be downtown. It'll take me 10 minutes to get to the appointment versus like an hour. And then go do my early vote for Finnish European EU Parliament elections. with my aunt after the appointment and then come back home. So yeah, I hope it goes good too. I do not want to be fucking exhausted and physically ill Wednesday morning. Because that's how I am. Every morning I'm ill. It takes for fucking ever until I can do anything. And it's been going good here. I mean, survived some raids, lost some raids. I've upgraded hideout. Last raid I got fucked. The raid before that, I fucked to level 42. Right, that had to count for a more than 20-meter kill. So I need one more on interchange and 4 more from 20. What? He's not dead. Did I just see somebody run over there? The fuck did he go? Fuck me. Man. That motherfucker won't die. That should have been a shit. That didn't count for 20. Yeah, that level 40, he got blasted in the face with a shotgun. I've been running a lot of shotguns. I've been enjoying it. Oh, whoops, that's not a dude. Where's the one I heard? And I think one of them was a 37. Where'd that other one go that I heard? Is he right out there? I think he is. Oh shit. Oh fuck me. I keep thinking I'm hearing from both sides. I forgot I had the flashlight. The fuck is this scav? Ah, damn. And I still need the 20-meter away one. Oh wait, did he have a backpack? No, he didn't. I know I heard one more. It's actually not bad. Nobody's gonna pick that up. That's level 3. This is level 4. Hey, yeah, there's still one more somewhere. Are you kidding me? I know I heard one. Last fucking 3 raids ago. Fuck. I was like there. Saw 2 dead scats. I was like, dude can't be here anymore. He was in that fucking trailer right there and fucking blasted me. I think he died. Yep. I need 4 more from 20. But that doesn't need to be on this map. Customs raid, killed a PMC right off the... No, killed 2 scavs. PMC tried sneaking up on me. Killed him, killed 2 more scavs. And then fucking died 50 meters from exfil on customs doing Aquarius. And then next raid, almost the same thing. I still need to go to customs and all I gotta do is exfil to get Aquarius done. Oh. I've been liking those. I just lost one of these. Fuck. Where? He's gotta be outside the gate. I'm in defense. Man, I better not get a disconnection. I just heard it again. I thought. Fuck it, I wouldn't mind getting another survival. I have fucking carpal tunnel and trigger finger and have to. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, that sucks. $39 kg. We're relatively heavy. That's okay, such is life, right? I'm not just gonna. Well, yeah. I'm lucky I never got carpal tunnel. I'm pretty sure I've, like, I don't know, aggravated those nerves and shit. Maybe I can't get carpal tunnel because of my frozen tendon in my pinky finger and the broken bones and blah blah blah. Yeah, a brace and then maybe one of those pads that you can rest your wrist on and pop an Advil before you game. And then don't overdo it. Enjoy the gaming, but don't do it to the extent where, yeah, go. Coffee.
Ребят, мы на передовую приезжали к ребятам, и очень было отрадно увидеть вас.
This is a guy from Somalia, India, and Syria. Do they all speak Russian? Because how can only one translator assist these three men? This doesn't make sense to me. But these fighters are terrible. The second they see a dead body, they want to surrender. Yes, they thought that they could make good money by joining the Russian military. Perhaps they thought all they'd be doing is delivering sandwiches to the front lines, but the second they see combats, they throw down their weapons and try to surrender. So here is a Somali mercenary in the Russian military who decided to surrender.
Somali, where are you from?
From Somalia.
Somali, yes?
Yeah, Somalia.
Where you come to here, to the army?
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Where? When?
When? 2 months back.
2 months back.
Yeah.
Okay, why you come here?
Dengue.
Dengue money, yes?
Ah.
Красавчик.
For the glory of the empire. Ukraine doesn't know what to do with these prisoners of war because Russia doesn't want them back.
They go to prison.
Do you return him to Somalia?
No.
Isn't there a risk he'll just sign up again to make more money with the Russians? Or do you hold on to him until this war is over?
Prison until the war is over.
Somali mercenary who surrendered in Ukraine. Let's talk about Congress for a second. U.S. Congress continues to fight over border security, stalling aid for Ukraine. And this is the guy, Republican Speaker Mike Johnson, who's blocking everything. This man has been repeating Kremlin propaganda, and I'm convinced at this point he has no intention of ever supporting Ukraine. So with Senate Republicans, they are genuinely trying to craft some kind of bipartisan deal with the White House and Senate Democrats. The chief negotiator is Republican Oklahoma Senator James Lankford. And I believe the details of this border security bill, Ukraine military aid funding, and immigration reform, whatever you want to call it, the details are going to be announced this week. They're already starting to leak online. And Fox News put out this graphic, giving some of the details that would be included in passing border security, immigration reform, and military aid to Ukraine. I know none of this should be connected, but this is what Republicans say they want. And all Fox News did was put out this graphic. And Speaker Mike Johnson just tweeted 2 words: absolutely not. He hasn't even met with Republican Senator Langford or Democratic leader Schumer. And he immediately jumps on Twitter to say, absolutely not. He doesn't even know the details of the bill. So I'm convinced Speaker Johnson has no intention of ever securing the border or allowing military aid for Ukraine. Politically, he thinks it's better to embarrass Joe Biden by letting Ukraine fail and by not securing the border, so that for the next 10 months, Republicans can campaign on this against Joe Biden. I've been saying this here on the channel for over 2 months. This is a setup.
I almost forgot to go turn that
is
task in.
supposed to fail. That's the plan. But there is hope. Republicans in the House only have a 3-seat majority, and if 3 House Republicans vote to recall or remove Speaker Johnson, then he'll be removed, and we can have a different Republican House Speaker that will secure the border and allow military funding for Ukraine to continue. In the meantime, bless the allies, they're stepping up. UK Prime Minister Sunak unveils $3.2 billion aid package and signs security deals with Ukraine. I can't play the video. There's some music playing over him speaking, but I'll link it down below if you want to see the Prime Minister speak. It was a very good speech, very important for these events to continue, showing that the West will never stop supporting Ukraine. Additionally, Prime Minister Sunak visited wounded Ukrainian veterans in the hospital. He didn't have to do this. This was very thoughtful of him. I imagine for a political leader visiting soldiers who have given up their limbs or their eyesight or their hearing, this is very difficult to do, but this shows real leadership. It shows real compassion. You'll never see Putin do this. You'll never see Putin in a hospital visiting with real wounded soldiers.
Olisitte kyseessä puriskenttä, lätkäkaukalo tai some, niin muistakaa pitää yhtä. Tulkaas tänne. 1, 2, 3. Pidetään yhtä!
What else is going on? Houthis accidentally target cargo ship carrying Russian oil. Go Houthis. This actually happened. So the Russians are maintaining this shadow fleet of tankers to sail around the world, mostly to bring crude oil to India. And the Houthis accidentally attacked it. I'm sure they know that Russia is Iran's military ally, and Iran is the main sponsor of the Houthi rebels in Yemen. There's currently Allied strikes occurring on Houthi targets, and I could make a dedicated video about this topic, but there's not really much to talk about. I don't know who's on the side of the Houthis, because that means you're on the side of Iran. And I'll just give you the synopsis real quick of what's going on here. It's a religious divide in the Muslim world. Iran is mostly Shiite. This is blue. And then most other countries are Sunni, which is this orange or red. But there's this concentrated pocket of Shiites down here in Yemen, this blue down here. So Yemen is a failed state, and it's divided on religious grounds. You have the eastern or northern part of Yemen, which is Sunni, and this is the official government. This is the internationally recognized territory, state government of Yemen. But the mountainous Shiite region in the west, close to the Red Sea, these are the rebels, being funded and armed by the Iranians to attack the Saudis, attack the Sunni Yemenis, attack Western ships in the Red Sea. There's not really any brilliant strategy occurring here, and do I want to see the United States Navy absolutely crush these people? Yes, I don't think the government of Yemen, who's been fighting a civil war against them, cares too much, but I think these are going to be limited strikes against valid military targets just to deter the rebels so they stop attacking civilian ships trying to transit through the Red Sea. This has nothing to do with Israel and Gaza. Final feel-good clip I have for you. This is a good one. And this is a dog who refused to leave the side of his owner.
Where did those go?
I hope his owner's okay, and that's a really good dog. That's all for this update video.
Good
Glory
wolf.
to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. If you found this video informative, give me a thumbs up. Best way to support the channel. Comments and questions, let me know down below. I love hearing from you guys. Till the next video, keep defending the truth, keep defending democracy.
I don't know in what order to
Around the
shoot
world,
them.
many militaries are facing an age-old problem. Namely, that all the best equipment in the world isn't going to help you
Oh,
if you
fuck
can't
you.
find the people to use it. And as demography shifts, labour markets tighten, just as many nations are looking seriously at reinforcing their defence efforts, recruitment and retention challenges are starting to bite. In Ukraine, demographic realities, exemptions, and political decisions have all come together and created, by global standards, comparatively old militaries. The median age for Russian personnel confirmed KIA in Ukraine is now between 33 and 35 years old. 15% have been aged 45 or over, and both sides reportedly have volunteers serving in combat roles well past 60. But the challenge isn't just a wartime one. In South Korea, collapsing birth rates have led to projections that the military will be short by tens of thousands of conscripts per annum in the 2030s, while many Western-style volunteer militaries routinely miss their recruiting targets. The US military came up a casual 41,000 short in fiscal year 2023. The Japanese Self-Defense Force hasn't hit a recruitment target since 2013, while the British Royal Navy was recently forced to backtrack. After it emerged, the service was trying to recruit for a Rear Admiral position that would be responsible for, quote, highly classified stealth elite operations and Trident, our nuclear deterrent, end quote, with a public post on LinkedIn. For many militaries, the challenge of getting enough of the right people into uniform is a challenge which poses threats to readiness and strategy that might eclipse even some of the largest procurement programs. And today, we're going to talk about it. To do that, I'll start with some history because filling the ranks isn't exactly a new problem, and then break down some of the theory behind why it's often so hard to staff a military. That'll mean looking not just at demography itself, but also issues like eligibility and retention. We'll then have a look at some of the options for militaries looking to address those problems, ranging from improved recruitment practices to the use of foreign manpower like the Gurkhas or the Foreign Legion, and the use of technology and unmanned systems to reduce manning requirements. Finally, we'll close with some quick observations on Russian efforts in Ukraine, including their demographic, recruitment and retention challenges, and the impact of some of the often unconventional methods they've used to overcome them. My main caveat up front here is I will be jumping around a lot with some of these examples, but we're going to be talking a lot about countries like the US and UK. This is not because they are unique in the problems that they face, but rather because they publish really good data in English. And so just because I'm describing an issue in one military, don't presume that means the issue doesn't exist elsewhere. And to illustrate just how widespread that issue can be, let's start with a little bit of history. Because just about every challenge we're going to talk about today, from demography through to recruitment challenges and intergenerational understandings, are very much problems we've seen before. Complaints about younger generations going soft might sound new, and you know what, they probably were new at the time the ancient Greeks and Romans started talking serious shit about their youth. Concerns the next generation is too sedentary and not strong enough for military service. You can find letters from the 18th century complaining that the new generation lacks, quote, the manly vigour and athletic appearance of their forefathers. Meanwhile, modern complaints of
There's
experienced
actually a
personnel
scav
have
task
tiny
from
recruits being
Fence.
attracted away by private industry. Well, those always remind me of complaints by Royal Navy officers during the Age of Sail of the merchant marine attracting away experienced seafarers, or observations from the height of the Spanish Empire that the state really needed to do more to introduce men of character into the infantry. While the likes of Boston Dynamics may have other plans, an army has always been nothing without its people. And historically, even some of the most famous militaries have struggled to find enough of them. The famous Spartan hoplites, for example, who, despite some of their dramatic depictions, were some of the most heavily armoured infantry of the age, not bare-chested bodybuilders fighting slow-motion one-on-one duels, were steadily worn down over the years, in part by severe demographic decline. Commentary that focuses on the bravery of the 300 Spartans, while often conveniently forgetting all of their allies, often misses the fact that for Sparta, 300 was a significant commitment. Yes, this was a warrior elite. Being a soldier was their profession. But that warrior class of full citizens was also tiny and declining, with some academics placing their number at about 8,000 in the early 5th century, down to about 1,000 by the mid-4th. There were losses due to the earthquakes of the 460s, casualties in battle, and also just social custom. A Spartiate was expected to make financial contributions into their common dining society or
How
messy.
do I
If
make
they weren't wealthy
you...
enough to afford that, well then, they were demoted and there wasn't really any way back in. Spartan society would eventually get a lot more flexible in raising up members of other social groups, but when your core military unit can only recruit from a cohort of a few thousand at most, and with a loss of a few hundred blokes in a major
I
battle
should be
might
able to
set back
make
that
you
class for a generation or more,
use
in
their
the long
actions.
term, the Spartan military was going to be playing at more and more of a disadvantage. By 371, during the fighting against Thebes, perhaps 7% of the present Spartan infantry was made up of the old elite,
Damn, I can't
and they
figure
would
out
be
how to do the
decisively
VIP
defeated
thing.
when the Theban general looked at that line of proud Spartan soldiers.
Nice, no backpack. I'm not gonna make it. Oh, this is gonna be a shit loot run. I got no room for anything. This is my favorite room right here. Three. I guess that's it for this scav run. I'd be stupid not to check the computers on the way. Fuck. Oh. Oh yeah, I still need 2 flash drives. Karaoke? Guilty to good girl. I guess the crate fell over there somewhere. I have a Mosin. And they'll probably go to Emercom. It sounded like it was coming from right over. Now, where the fuck was he? Where the fuck was he? He had to be over there. I'm about to drop connection.
Stacked up a column of infantry 50 shields deep and smacked it right into them. As history progressed, most successful militaries came up with recruitment strategies that were more sustainable than requiring all recruits to be independently wealthy, compelling people to serve.
Was he all the way back there or some shit? It's the only thing that it could have been. He must have been back there and then he exfilled. Don't drop connection. Or is he sitting right up against the wall? Six and six. Wait, am I counting? 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 6. It just looks so much. Fuck. Now, is that fucker still around here, or did he exfil like I think he did? I'm pretty sure he exfilled. Damn. Eight, 5, 5. I just heard somebody yell. Like a scav far away.
On an ad hoc basis was always a possibility, but many states looked for mechanisms to establish a more permanent core of soldiers. Near the end of the 17th century, for example, the Swedish would adopt the new allotment system. Under that system, a group of families across multiple farms would be collectively responsible for raising and equipping one permanent soldier.
I need to
The
see.
men on
I
those
need to
farms
be
would be
able to
exempted
make
from
you a
conscription themselves, but they would provide the funding, the equipment, and a
VIP
small bit
or
of farmland
something.
to help support a single professional. These individual recruits, taken over a large
Report,
area,
no.
would form the
Ban, no.
manpower base for
Timeout,
individual
no. Whisper,
regiments.
no.
Now, yes, that
Gift
might sound a
sub.
little bit like
I
putting
wish
a
I could
local
gift them for
homeowners
free, but I
association in
can't.
charge of military recruitment, but for many, many years, it worked. In the late 18th, 19th, and early 20th century, many militaries in Europe moved towards a mass conscription-based model. This, on the whole, obviously made recruitment much
Mod view.
easier. Militaries might generally
In
prefer
here?
to staff up with volunteers, but if you're just looking
No,
to make up
don't
the
watch
numbers, it can be a lot
tutorial
easier to
now.
fill the ranks with the voluntold. By modern standards, conscription periods in the early 20th century were often quite long. French conscripts pre-World War I would
No,
spend 3
that's
years
not
on
what I
active
was
duty.
meant. That's
Even though
not what I
conscription
meant.
allowed the state to
Can you
compel
still...
recruits, however,
YouTube's
it
probably
didn't
too
mean that
loud.
nations wouldn't face significant challenges hitting their
That is
desired
not what I
military
meant.
goals. In the interwar
I'm
years,
trying to make you a VIP, though, or whatever. Yeah, but I don't want there to be any confusion. I'm not pressuring anybody to do
By
that
the time many of the men were at the front,
stuff.
many of the women were trying to keep the economy functioning, and many didn't seem to regard it as a great time to
But
try
there
and raise a
should be
family.
a way
The French
to...
army would also suffer millions of casualties, holding out the cohort of potential parents. And you can see the result of all those factors coming together in the French population pyramid of 1938, shown on screen there. Countries generally dealt with these sort of demographic issues in a number of ways, broadening the number of people liable to be conscripted or extending service terms. And during the Second World War that
I
followed,
know there's a way.
relied to a greater or lesser extent on conscription-based systems that would partially persist in most cases.
Because I know I have VIPs.
But over the course of the Cold War,
But how the...
afterwards, many nations slowly relinquished active conscription. An end to peacetime conscription removed the easy way out for
Fuck it. There, you're a mod.
They would have to entice recruits to join
I don't know. Because there used to be VIP. I don't know if it does anything in terms of commercials and shit, but
of how many healthy and capable
there.
recruits are out there. So when you're talking about an all-volunteer force, demography is the start of the question, but certainly not the end of it. It's one driver.
It's that ADHD, man.
Look like, but the challenges and considerations run much deeper.
You're a mod now, so now you have to work to be here, lol.
Work of art, the Perun Military Manpower Funnel, where you walk through 4 sequential questions or considerations to figure out just how stuffed your military is from a manning perspective, starting with demographics, then eligibility, propensity, and retention. Or expressed another way, who there is, who you want,
Lol.
and who you can keep. I've heard it said many times that demography is destiny, so let's start with the role it plays in underpinning a strong national defense. On screen there, for example, you have two
Now I still need the
Republic of Korea on the left,
4 kill scavs
decades ago, and
from
now
20
the
meters.
steady and dramatic collapse in
Now,
fertility levels is one of
I
the
should
most
probably just go to
significant
customs and try and get them there and exfil, because all I need to do is exfil to get Aquarius done. Pisses me off that the first time, 50 meters from fucking
one of those obviously
whatever,
looks
it's
far more
just
stable
game.
and sustainable over the long term than the other, with America's pyramid looking kind of like a cupcake and Korea looking like a country well on its way
And
to becoming a retirement community.
this isn't what I wanted to watch.
But while people
Okay, let's watch Thunderfoot debunking whatchamacall, Elon Musk. 3, 2, 1. This ad block shit on YouTube is driving me crazy. The commercials are such shit to top it all off.
To make this video. 8 years ago, I had to stop watching after a couple of minutes. Why does he think the entire thing has to be a single, continuous vacuum chamber? God, this moron gives skeptics and scientists a bad name. 8 years. Thunderfoot is a research chemist and has fallen into the annoying trap of thinking that makes him an expert on everything. The author might have some science experience, but seems to lack even the most basic experience about engineering. The fact that his very first
I think because it needs that PT lock thing.
ignorant of the field or stupid beyond imagination and should
Okay, we're selling that.
People like Thunderfoot are the reason why America is stuck in the 90s, while China is making progress at alarming rates.
Lol. And now they're stuck because they can't get any high-tech components.
You know all those engineers and scientists at Tesla and SpaceX who helped Elon write the white paper.
As we said before, on page 54, section 4.5.2, it is written,
The white paper, all glory to the white paper. And the engineers and researchers on the various teams doing Hyperloop are like also legit scientists who went to school for years, right? The only difference is the SpaceX and Tesla teams have actually done something worthwhile with it.
Oh, fuck, I can't read the phone chat with my glasses. Is that a flaming blade? Are you calling me a flaming blade? Oh, shit. That's been on for fucking 6 hours when it only needed half an hour. It's not like I don't have fuel in my stash. Did I grab that slower? Yes. So now, somebody had there. Thank you. Nope. We need a motor. We need a motor. That's what we need.
this isn't a pipe dream, this is actually reality.
Hyperloop One designers say this technology could be ready to go by 2020.
She said, "This sounds like
Wow, I'm getting a lot of insurance back right now.
anything in your life, and if there's anything you can do, you could do this and you could prove people wrong." And so thank you all for the sacrifice.
Hyperloop, you think maybe this is going to happen years from now? It's
No, it's not. They'll never get a vacuum that big.
Gosh, if only I'd made a prediction 1 or so years before they went bankrupt.
Willy-nilly? You're swinging it around willy-nilly. That's what she said. Got an okay at my hip fire. Okay, that's not gonna work.
You're expecting mercy here.
Mercy is the mark of a great man. Guess I'm just
That needs to go somewhere else.
Years of abuse.
Yes.
well, I'm alright.
Surely after I put my video up some 8 years ago, it had a 35%.
Do you see that? I hit him. And I hit that one. And I hit that one. Yes. So we need to exfil from customs. And we need 4 kills from 20 meters. I should know. You know what I should do too? Tarcone office.
It's going to be able to reach, in theory, speeds of 700, maybe even 800 miles an hour, just to get from LA to San Francisco in 35 minutes. There's almost nothing.
Fuck. It's
mind in hand, and Hyperloop really puts the mind and hand work together.
Imagine if there were a way to
Tarcone director's key.
Me Pop-Pankissa olemme aidosti kiinnostuneita siitä, miten sinulla menee. Raha-asioissa ja noin elämässä muutenkin. Ehkä siksi meidät on valittu Suomen parhaaksi pankiksi jo yli 10 kertaa. Pop-Pankki.
I'm a fucking moron. 90 grand? Fuck me.
With the convenience of a metro. Imagine a ride as smooth as an elevator. For the cost of a bus ticket. Let's stop imagining and build it together.
Oh, let me refill my coffee.
To your country first, enter a global challenge. Visit hyperloopchallenge.com for more info.
Hi, I'm Steve Davis. I'm the Director of Advanced Projects at SpaceX. A Hyperloop is a point-to-point transportation system overground that's meant to allow people to travel at extremely high speeds, up to 700 miles an hour. The idea originated from Elon back in 2013.
Literally, the only thing Musk did here was give dumb old ideas.
This is gonna be a long day. And I don't have any herb either. I haven't had herb in like over a week and a half, and I don't know when I'm gonna have it again because I'm on benefits, so I can't fucking afford it. It's fucking expensive here in Finland. I need to grow my own. Like back in the day.
The man who just reinvents worse copies of things that already exist, always giving it a new name. And if you think this is the
Turns out herb is how I've been compensating for ADHD and the lack of dopamine. Do your work, and at the end of the day you can go home and get stoned and go to bed. That was my fucking reward. No dopamine. Like that. And when I don't have any, I can't get anything done, which most people, if they can't get anything done if they got it. Because they can't start. But me, I won't smoke until I've done something because it's my reward. Fucked, man. And they won't even put me in the assessment line until I'm clean for 6 months. And it's just fucking ridiculous. So you need to cut out your coping mechanism until you can, like, it's just so stupid. I mean, I get that they want a clean fucking slate from which to make the assessment, but it's a bit much to ask dude going through burnout and everything at middle age to fucking start now. After that's how he's been compensating his whole fucking life. And because I know the things that like prove without a doubt that I have it is like the fact that, oh, I need to go piss. Brain, we need to go piss. Brain, fuck you. And then you wait till like your fucking bladder's bursting. All of that shit started way before I ever started. The fucking rage fits as a 5-6-year-old every time mom took me to a store and shit. And like, for example, early morning appointment. First appointment with somebody who's suspected ADHD, burnout at middle age, etc. What do ADHDers have a problem problems with? Going to bed on time, falling asleep, and getting up and getting moving. Like, if any doctor should know, like, I get it, my general practitioner schedules me early, especially before she knew, but if any of them should know, it should be a fucking shrink. Have the bipolar, the depressed, and blah, 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 who don't have the specific symptoms of ADHD, which make mornings hell, have them go early morning and then fucking fuck. I'm gonna play Going Into That Tarcone Director's Office by ear.
Okay, so what if I told you that there was a mode of transportation that not only promised to leave planes, trains, and automobiles all in the dust.
Linus Tech Tips. Well, they're never gonna make a vacuum on that fucking scale.
Essentially making the tube a big rail gun.
Is this a safer way to get around? The system itself is 10 times safer than an airplane, for example.
No, it's not, because it doesn't even exist yet.
Believe that Virgin Hyperloop 1 will be faster with their Indian Hyperloop track, or will Hyperloop TT
Can you hear the YouTube?
Cleveland version?
I should do streams where I just fucking comment on these YouTube. Like somebody claiming Hyperloop is safer than an air. No, it's not. It doesn't exist. You don't know how safe it is until you've engineered it, made it, and tested it and run it for a while. It doesn't exist, so well, in that it doesn't exist, yeah, it's safer than flying.
Not only is it lightning fast, but it's also quiet.
Oh, you can't?
Fast, relaxing, and luxurious? Damn, sign us up. It's widely anticipated that Hyperloop fares will be very affordable, likely even cheaper than both train travel and air travel. It has stated that any money put into the mega project...
Yeah, I don't watch any of that YouTube, like, drama shit or blah, 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 gossip, blah, blah, blah. It's certain channels, documentaries, blah, blah, blah. Wow. Oh, I'm all the way over here. Which is okay. Make my way all the way across the map and then go to Tarcone last. Another one? Picky? Yeah. I mean, shit. I'm picky about everything that I get enjoyment from, too. I don't want anybody outside hearing me because I'm running around on this metal. Toolbox could be fucking quieter. I had to go back to one of my old headsets. For some reason, the new one, the mic wasn't working the other day. I don't know if it was a transient problem. Why is my fucking ping doing that shit again? Oh, 200, 300. And then as soon as I press play on YouTube again,
making travel between cities easier and potentially unlock.
fuck me. I need to go back undercover and oh, see now it's fine again. Does it come back if I go right back where I was? Yeah, look. It's due to location. Is there somebody near me? Yep. Somebody's outside. Somebody's out. Did you see how my ping, depending on where I was in relation to that other? Oh, he's coming close again. Oh, come on, fix your shit, man. You can tell if you got an iffy internet connection and it kind of struggles a little bit because you're on an island and it's a 4G cell connection. You can kind of tell where if people are close with the fucking hell. I mean, I guess it's the same thing with the fucking stutter lag that would happen back in the day. So there is somebody outside. Right now I'm assuming it's a scab. And I'm assuming they were close to the wall. On the other side. Ooh, that's my second one. And I have a grenade launcher for them for it too. And I have 2 grenades for it. Yep, I heard the scav over there. Oh yeah, I need scabs. What am I doing? Kind of think he's this way. Watch there be a shitload of them on every side of me. Where did it go? Where the fuck did that scab go? I heard him. You know what? Hey, remember, Grumpy, they need to be 20 meters and you got a shotgun and it's nighttime. I got a 215 meter hit. I don't know, remember when now, but 215 meter hit with a shotgun. Those gunshots far away or was somebody walking behind this wall? That is a bright light. Oh, got ping again. Where the fucking scabs at? Oh shit. Fuck me, I don't have a splint. Shut up! Shut up! For fuck's sake! Oh, that healed the fucking break too? Holy shit, awesome. I can't see shit against those trees, man. $47 and $66. That ain't ideal. Whoops. Wow, what just happened to my ping?
Major economic benefits as a result.
Right, somebody must be close, because my ping just went sky high. There's somebody on the other side of this fence. Was that from more than 20? Yep, I need 3 more. Fuck me. Come on! Stop already!
Хуйло, вот хуйло! Конец тебе!
Fuck, there's somebody on the other side of the fence, too. God damn, man. Krabby, you're missing it.
I've sold monorails to Brockway, Ogdenville, and North Haverbrook, and by gum, it put them on the map.
It's environmentally friendly, it's technologically...
Am I like tagged and cursed or something?
Сука ты, блядь, упырь!
Fuck you, you came out right then. Fuck off now, fuck door. Man, everybody's heard this shit now. $25 and $38 on my food and fuck. Somebody's gotta have food and shit. Might actually need this. The fuck? Oh. I have 10 hydration left. Give me something to drink. Hydration minus 50. Yeah, never mind. Good thing I didn't. Okay, I think we need to go to RUAF roadblock. Or do we try and do Tarcone office? You can heal through fucking dehydration though, right? And I have a grizzly. I think we're going for Tarcone office. None of those were 20-meter kills. Or were they? Yeah, they were. I only need one more. Shit.
frankly revolutionary.
There's nothing on earth like a genuine bona fide electrified 6-car.
I think I'm going to try and do office. I only have 2 hydration left though. Yep, now I'm dehydrated. No, you know what? We're gonna get out. I don't want to die of dehydration. We'll get Aquarius done with this one. We'll come back, get the last scav kill, and then do Tarcone. I better be going to the right exfil. It's not letting me heal. Oh shit. Wait, now it's letting me heal. Oh, really? Shit. That could have been the last scav. Oh well. That was a lot of scavs.
It's ambitious, and it just might work. Over 10,000 travelers can fit on the system every hour.
So we're planning to have the system available commercially in 2021, and that'll be the first time that people will be able to use the system and travel on it themselves.
Wow.
Really, really lucky with a country, with a government, with regulators, and with financial backers that want to see this come into fruition. We'll let you punch that ticket in 2020. That's our goal. 3 projects underway, and the first production system by 2020.
2020, Rob, you and I have a date. It's set.
From Los Angeles to San Francisco, and inside there would be capsule cars
Like a genuine bona fide electrified 6-car monorail.
that would be rocketed forward up to 700 miles an hour. It is for perfect travel for those trips. Listen to what he says, for up to 1,000 miles.
Total bill, including capsule, would be between $6 and $7.5 billion, about a tenth of the cost of the current plan.
Main Street's still all cracked and broken. Sorry, Mom. The mother's supposed
It says it will only cost to build this $6 or $7 billion. Compare that to the 65
That was a lot of scavs.
high-speed rail plans for California.
That's Aquarius done.
So wonderful.
Can never crash.
Still need to go back in for Tarcone.
Self-powering if you put solar panels on it.
Oh, you're back? How was the shower?
Future, but now.
So the point about this is, could he do it? Let's not be down in the manger. Let's not be wet weekends about this.
I know that there are various companies that are trying to create the Hyperloop, and honestly, I think it's a lot easier than people think.
15 scavs.
No spoilers yet on how Elon did on this problem that was really not that hard.
Like a tube with an air hockey table. It's really, I swear, it's not that hard.
I'll give you the teaser now. He makes the money-burning party at a company that's just gone bankrupt, blowing $500 million, look like an outrageous and productive use of money by comparison. If only there was some 8-year-old Ask Me Anything about someone asking someone from that exact same company what they thought of my video.
There's my grenade launcher with one grenade already in it. And here's my reload.
In particular, Thunderfoot doesn't seem to be aware that there's more than one Hyperloop company. FYI, we are Hyperloop One, the company that has raised about $100 million. And
another GP coin.
Powerful linear motor in 5 months. Yeah, bragging about how they raised about $100 million. How'd that work out for you? Thunderfoot talks a good game about aerodynamics, but shows no evidence of having read the wiki article on choked flow, duct flow, the Kantrowitz limit, or knowing any of the other first day on the job level details of our which is funny on so many levels, because here we are, some 8 years on, and no Hyperloop system anywhere in the world, let alone Hyperloop One, whose top speed was like 100 miles an hour or something.
We're never going to see a Hyperloop. They'll never get a vacuum on that fucking scale.
Details have ever been a problem. One of Thunderfoot's technical gotchas was expansion joints are difficult, despite the fact that hydraulic cylinders exist. Most steel rails are thermally pre-tensioned, and thermal expansion is probably something we already thought of. Notably not saying how you would address the problem of thermal expansion on a 600-odd kilometer cylinder. Because you know what? To this day, no one has addressed the thermal expansion issue. I mean, he throws around some dumb red herrings about hydraulic cylinders. Well, okay, those run under very high pressure and are not 600 kilometers long. Then mentions steel rail, maybe not realizing that most of the weight of the tracks there is just to hold the tension in the rail. How exactly are you going to do that with a pipe? You know, you would need it tensioned on all of the parts of the outside of the pipe.
Good, I needed water.
Thunderfoot could have easily gone to our people on LinkedIn, checked out our Google Scholar bona fides, whatever, but seems to be more keen on a cheap takedown than actually engaging with interesting, ongoing engineering challenges.
I don't want that.
No. I don't like my takedowns to be cheap. I like my takedowns to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Burn! As a fellow academic, I was disappointed in Thunderfoot's lack of intellectual humility. He's obviously not an expert in. Look, you muppet, I didn't have to be an expert on any of this to realize it was stupid. One would wonder why Thunderfoot would put such hastily produced, easily debunked rubbish on his Patreon feed. Yeah, just so we're clear, if it was so easy to debunk, why didn't you debunk any of it? Anyway, where were we? Easily debunked rubbish on his Patreon feed. People actually pay for that. Oh, the sweet, juicy irony. The generosity of those people on Patreon allowed me to explain to you, not for tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, or for any of that. You got it for free. And thanks to them, he could explain to you why this was a dumb money-burning party. And rather than taking that to heart, you decided, nah, where are the matches? How'd that work out for you? Now, hold that thought. I'll tell you how it worked out for you. $500 million over some 8 years is a cash burn rate of about $7,000 per hour. $7,000 per hour. TikTok for 8 years straight, with absolutely diddly squat to show for it. And you have the gall to go out there criticizing the financial wisdom, not of Hyperloop One, but of the people who supported this channel. I'm pretty certain that anyone who supported this channel somehow,
I don't even know what my scav is.
only found that video informative, but now gets the sweet.
It was good, just what I needed. Wish you had. Yeah, man, saunas are nice. Too bad I had to shut off I couldn't keep heating the pipes in the other building that has my sauna and my shower. I had to open the faucets and shut the valve to the building. So I don't even have sauna or shower right now. I'm going to hit my aunt's shower when I'm there, but in her apartment building, they have assigned sauna weekend and or day. And hers was last week, so.
Metal in their body, to which Hyperloop One responds, have you considered the positive health effects?
I want to build a wood-burning sauna on my shoreline now that all the trash is finally leaving.
Years ago, yeah, want to buy some magic beans? In fact, who the hell is this guy? He's Casey, which is presumably this guy, the levitation engineer. And sure enough, a Google search later, you come up with this guy who is very proud that he was in a Veritasium video some 6 years ago. I wonder how this has aged.
And it's being considered as a means to make the Hyperloop, a super-fast system for transporting people and goods through tubes at very low pressure.
In the future, do you think this is going to be how we travel?
I think like ongoing developments in digital motor controllers and it turns out that getting from one city to another city in the same day is something that the next billion or 2 billion people might have the opportunity to do in one lifetime.
Hey, now if you're looking for a good book recommendation, maybe you can try out the one I'm listening to right now, which is Elon Musk. This is a biography about one of the, in my view, most impressive entrepreneurs alive today.
Fucking con man.
And in 1920, Charles Ponzi was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. Anyway, back to Casey on Twitter. Turns out he's got some thoughts about the end of the Hyperloop. Well, it's official. Hyperloop is finally dead. It was my first gig out of academia and an incredible venue to learn from some of the best engineers in the world to build an impossible thing. We got damn close. Actually, you got
21 minutes.
near, and we were not even talking in the same ballpark. We're talking like a guy throwing rocks.
Wow. Really bad ping again.
He got close to landing on the moon. We also got to speed.
The fuck is going on with that shit? Are you? Everything's been hit. How is US unknown to me? I had US in my stash. The fuck? Oh, because I haven't seen it in a package? I'm sure or was it just a big package? Does that make a difference? Oh shit. That wasn't on me. Or is it? I don't think it was. But it could have been. Because I heard like a ricochet near my head. But it still sounded weird. Oh, that snow's bright. I had shitty ping on EU servers earlier too. Maybe something on their end. Maybe. But it just happens when I wasn't earlier, but then I put my stream on. And then it's like, it goes bad if I have videos queued up, and then if I pause them, and then as soon as I unpause them, it goes. But now it's like more been like when there's been scabs or shit close to me. It's weird. Well, what do you know? And also, Tarkov was down earlier this evening. Like, I got out of a raid, and as soon as I did, it just went kaput. Dope. Now the question is, do we turn around and hit everything else? We kinda do. Maybe I'll hit those stashes. Uh-oh, see? There we go again. 600, 500, 400, 300. And then as soon as I don't know, maybe it's once my RAM is full with the video. I don't know. It's weird. Really fucking weird. Really fucking weird. Really, 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 really fucking weird. You're in the States, right? Or am I confusing you with somebody else? East Coast? Oh my god. Is that a scab or a PMC? You can go. Yeah, you're good. You're good. I wanted to make sure you weren't a PMC and gonna shoot me. Well, in that case, I'm pretty sure all this shit has already been hit, if it even spawned this time. Unless he got good shit inside and... They can't do that. So then none of this shit spawns for me. Michigan. So it's got to be like close to midnight or some shit for you. Or past. Yeah, because East Coast is 2 hours. I'm 2 hours, 7 hours behind. Is the stream really bad right now? Like, because I did drop the resolution down to 720. Is it unwatchable? I might need to bump it back up to 1080. Good. Okay. Maybe I could bump up the bit rate a little bit on the 720. Because it's 3060 Ti and the processor and everything should be good. It's just the fucking connection. But then again, for streaming, it's all upload, so... Dope. Dope that it's fine from there. Oh my god. I have one of those already, or did I use it in my hideout already? I'm not sure, but... Now we need to leave. Damn. This just did me really good in... Well, decent in loot. I still have... Wait. It's 9 o'clock. I still have 9 hours minimum that I have to stay awake. Fuck me. And if that motherfucker comes outside and kills me, I'm gonna be pissed. Ping again. Shit. Did he just go away? Uh-oh. Was that on me? No. I just gotta be careful that nobody comes up behind me now. That was definitely behind me. I don't think that shot was on me. Fuck me. Fuck off! Fucking cunt. Oh shit. Haha! Fuck you, intelligence folder! I just want to fuck with him. Bitch ass. How many times did he fucking shoot at me? Never once hit. I mean, we did pretty good there. I got a few AK-74Us. Wait, what is this? Yeah, this is that suppressor for Saiga, though. That's right. This wasn't my fucking PMC.
Ну, начало дня уже неплохое.
So, I hope he heard me. I hope he heard me. I hope he heard me. I hope he heard intelligence folder fucker. I didn't get the fucker part in. Well, thank God I had made enough room in my fucking stash.
And more interesting than public reporting has ever hinted at. He's then asked, dead, or is just hibernating and waiting for necessary tech breakthroughs? Yeah, like there are tech breakthroughs in making a big metal tube. To which Casey, Hamdmer PhD, replies, it turns out it's a terrible idea for the extremely subtle reasons that high-speed rail is a terrible idea. So, dead. He's then asked, would it have worked if it was all above ground, i.e. no digging? To which he replies, no, Earth is too bumpy. Well, $500 million of PhD research well spent there then. Basically, this is the problem.
Okay, let's see.
The UK is currently in the middle of a farce of building an extremely small and limited high-speed rail line called HS2 over the relatively flat
I have
between London
a PB and a
which involves the construction of 32 miles
low.
of tunnels, 140 bridges, 50 viaducts, 70 cuttings, and 110 embankments. Even assuming you could build a hyperloop, the hyperloop would travel faster, so it would require even more of these things. And gosh, somehow Casey was able to come to these incredibly profound hyperloop killing ideas, despite not being an expert in geology or infrastructure construction. and was able to pass opinions on a field which he has clearly no professional training.
Really?
But hang on, I'm getting mixed messages.
It's only that.
According to Casey, merely a few comments earlier,
Then I'm gonna sell it to him
he was saying they got
to
damn close to making
work
the
on my rank.
impossible happen. And yet here he is a few comments later saying the idea is fundamentally flawed and can never happen. Because Earth bumpy. Oh, if only someone could have seen it coming. Just so you know, Hyperloop 1 was invested in by the Virgin Group and became Virgin Hyperloop 1.
Virgin has gone into the Hyperloop business, and we've invested in the company that is in the lead as far as developing Hyperloop, which will now be called Virgin Hyperloop. It'll be a train that goes into a tunnel that levitates on
what the
magnetic
fuck?
levitation, and will travel at speeds of over 600 miles an hour. I was completely blown away. I mean,
I too was blown away by this 6 years ago because it seemed they didn't have the slightest clue of what they'd actually invested in and thought it was some sort of magical device that was going to be physical broadband.
Think about broadband. At the heart of it is a network that has digital packets that go very fast. 3 types of packets, data, voice, and video.
And again, the internet is not something that you just dump something on. It's not a big truck. It's a series of tubes.
It's a series of tubes.
Lätkäkaukalo tai some, niin muistakaa pitää yhtä. Tulkaas tänne. 1, 2, 3. Pidetään yhtä! Go!
Think about Hyperloop. At the heart of it is a network with 3 types of physical packets. Packets of people, packets of freight, packets of car. Very fast pipe or connection that can go first mile to last mile in an autonomous way. We believe it's the emergence of physical broadband.
And after a few years of selling it as the next amazing best thing, they
So when you get onto a Hyperloop system, what we don't want you to do is feel as if you're just on any other mass transit system, because you're not. So what we are trying to do is just reinvent travel, the travel experience.
Yes! That was so good!
decided that no, take our name off this and never mention us again. Now, about 3 years before they went bankrupt, they announced they were building a test center. And I made a video explaining why that was all bullshit. Which is funny, because from the very start, even Casey, with his PhD in magnets, could have explained to them why this was the dumbest decision ever. It's also a fascinating glimpse of how people get sucked into these cultish beliefs, and it's almost painful to watch now.
That one's already built.
This was all born out of a simple Musk lie that he invented
That one's
a
built.
form of transport, when in reality the most simple fact
Oh, it goes on the M700.
then give a new name to a dumb old idea. And to see how this evolved and grew into a company backed by politicians, university presidents, billionaire businessmen, and the US government. Thinking
What's
that
the
their
Wyatt?
belief in a magical solution will revolutionize everything, to the point where they're happy to gurgle $500 million into it. I mean, when I put this video up, it was just a prediction that this was a dumb money-burning party. And now that you know the outcome, watching the procession of academics and political lemmings marching off the cliffs of stupidity is almost beguiling to watch.
Billionaire Richard Branson on Thursday announced that the state
There
of
we
West
go.
Virginia has been chosen to host a $500 million certification center.
No! Oh, please, God, no!
A $500 million. $500 million.
I'm only burning my half.
And test track for the Virgin Hyperloop.
Hyperloop moves people and goods in pods through a vacuum tube at speeds exceeding 600 miles per hour and can travel from Pittsburgh to Chicago in 41 minutes.
A super high-speed travel system. The center will be the first regulatory proving ground for a Hyperloop system designed to whisk floating pods.
I forgot how fun
passengers and
this
cargo
flea
through
market
vacuum
shit
tubes
is.
at 600 miles an hour.
Hyperloop will build its new certification center on nearly 800 acres of land across Tucker and Grant counties. The company also says it will use intellectual capital and resources from West Virginia University, Marshall University, and from across the state.
Hello, I'm Congressman Alex Mooney. I'm very pleased West Virginia will be home to the Hyperloop Certification Center. This comes after a competitive national site selection process. There is no better place than West Virginia for high-tech, innovative...
West Virginia. High tech is not the first thing that comes to mind.
Coal mine in West Virginia. Virgin Hyperloop, which has raised more than $400 million, is among a number of firms racing to launch new high-speed travel systems.
Wow, I'm really getting inundated with insurance
But they're
now.
actually building the Hyperloop Center in probably one of the worst possible places that you could build it in America.
There is no better place than West Virginia for
Wow.
high-tech, innovative transportation solutions.
But hey, let's make this sporting. Let's see if you can pinpoint the exact moment where he proposes what obviously makes West Virginia one of the dumbest places in the country to build a Hyperloop.
American-made technology will be produced right here in West Virginia. Our mountain state can boast of
Yeah,
technology,
mountains.
innovation,
Perfect.
and the 21st century
Wow.
transportation solutions, all to keep America strong and prosperous.
And he wasn't alone in boasting about building a test center for a high-speed rail network in probably one of the worst places to build it.
Well, thank you, Senator. This is an incredible day for West Virginia. Indeed, it is an incredible
Yay, we're
day
back
for
up to
the
332,000.
vision and technology that our friends at Virgin Hyperloop are developing will benefit us on a global scale. And how wonderful it is that the mountain state will share in its evolution.
And for those who missed it,
our mountain state can boast.
And how wonderful it is that the mountain state will share in its evolution.
yeah, it's hard enough to build rail lines through mountainous terrain. Even roads can be a challenge. You know what no sane man has ever thought? Mountainous terrain. Now that's the place to build my new certification.
We have to go back
for a high-speed
to
rail network.
customs for Tarcone office and 15 scabs.
A point that you would have thought that one of their PhD
That's the piss.
researchers who was really close to making this happen might have pointed
But since I have outhouse and etc. and it's minus 19 degrees and I'm an ex-trucker, fuck that, man. I'm pissing in a bottle.
Fantastic innovation center in your state. It could make a big difference for the future.
Congratulations on the selection of Tucker County, West Virginia, as a location of the new Hyperloop Certification Center. This is a testament to the hard work of Governor Justice, Senators Capital and
Elaine L. Chow, Secretary of Transportation, Mitch McConnell's gold-digging Asian wife who got gifted the position from Trump.
They were building it in the dumbest place in the world. Thankfully, America is
The grift is unreal.
as can be easily spotted
Okay.
by the rather straight interstates going through North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Kansas. Of the worst places,
Was there something I needed to do here?
would be, say, for instance, in the Rocky Mountains. And yeah, I go on to explain how they built their prototype in the
Brr.
dumbest place possible, and how now they're proposing building their test center in the second dumbest place possible. That is almost the worst place that you can possibly think to build a Hyperloop track.
Brr.
And
That was
that's
cold.
exactly where they chose to build their Hyperloop test track. And watching the morons marching after the man with no clothes on was just amazing. And they were saying how this was going to change everything. It was going to be as big as landing
Damn it.
on the moon. And you'll be saying, no, it can't be that stupid. I mean, next you'll be telling me it was a university president who said that. I mean, come on.
It is truly a wonderful day for West Virginia, our nation, and the world. Marshall University
Are you fucking
is
kidding
honored
me?
to be a part of this global announcement. It's so exciting to be here today, not just to help Hyperloop
I need one
develop
more.
and test this technology and to celebrate the economic benefits, to the state, but to also realize that we are at the gates.
Jesus
So we
Christ.
want to couple this with our tourism industry, our educational institutions, the research and development that comes with technology to create a whole new way to travel in this
Where's the
area.
work? Oh, this becomes the workout area, I guess.
Includes Tucker and Grant
I'm
County,
assuming.
the new home to the Virgin Hyperloop Certification Center.
It's a future, it's a vision.
So I
And
need
that's
2
what
more.
the Virgin Hyperloop folks have done by choosing to build the Hyperloop Certification Center in Tucker and Grant County.
Well, the Hyperloop Certification Center will be in the state of West Virginia.
But today is a day to celebrate Virgin Hyperloop coming to West Virginia. It is validation for West Virginia in so many ways. It is a dream
This one
for Governor Jim Justice.
and this one.
It is an incredible day for West Virginia. And I say to all my team and all those that put in all the licks to make this happen, we did it. We did it. And so we're honored beyond belief. We're proud beyond belief. We welcome Hyperloop to West Virginia, to Grant and Tucker County. Absolutely, we welcome them with the most open arms, and we're so proud of this great, great day, not only for West Virginia, but for our nation and for the world.
It's also very humbling for me because you took a risk on our state, my home state. It's something that I think can result in inclusive jobs, can really give the state momentum to become a startup state in so many ways. And Hyperloop represents that dream for us in so many different aspects.
A vision of a system that will do that without polluting the air.
I hear those things are awfully loud.
It flies as softly as a cloud.
The HCC will create thousands of new jobs in West Virginia. Engineering, manufacturing, operation, and maintenance jobs will all boost the local economy here in West Virginia.
I am so excited to welcome Virgin Hyperloop to West Virginia. This partnership will have an incredible impact on our economy, creating modern jobs in everything from construction and infrastructure to technology and development.
What about us brain-dead slobs? You'll be given cushy jobs.
Going to create literally thousands of jobs and thousands upon thousands of opportunities for West Virginia.
Throw up your hands and raise your voice. What's it called?
I believe this project is to ground transportation as the moon landing is to space exploration.
Once again,
We'll bring West Virginia to the cutting edge of transportation solutions and create American technology that we can export throughout the world. Virgin Hyperloop, welcome to West Virginia.
15 scabs and then Tarcone off.
The death of the monorail, Hyperloop, just because one $500 million company bought the big one. Regret to inform
No
you,
distance
Hyperloop
requirement
is no
though.
longer an idea. It's a religion, a big, shiny, red, computer-generated mystery.
I think I'm gonna have to try and scrape some more resin out of this pipe, Lau.
The bucks that will magically solve all transport problems. I mean, why bother fixing those dirty holes on Main Street? That's an old technology. There's something shiny and new.
Is a good sign. Hopefully high-speed rail is completely bypassed and we will see the Hyperloop become the long-distance travel mode of choice, connecting all US major cities in the future.
You can have the boat or the mystery box.
What, are you crazy? We'll take the boat.
No, not so fast, Lois.
Something forged by the genius, big-brained, revolutionary mind of the entrepreneur and billionaire
Oh shit.
Ponzi Rocket Jesus.
That loaded in quick. Oh wow, it's fucking light. We're gonna do what we did last time when we killed out level 37. Now we're just gonna chill for a little bit. I like the snow. Just chillin'. Just chillin' like a villain. Chillin' like a villain. I may not have herb, but I still have my medicine. So, Valium. I really am chillin' like a fucking villain. Valium plus the fact that I've been awake now for how long? I did refill my coffee, didn't I, earlier? I think I did. Come on, there's gotta be something worth scraping out of this pipe still. Because I need my nicotine, and I don't really like to smoke just fucking cigarettes anymore. Only what I mix. God damn it. We're chillin'. We're chillin'. We're chillin' cause we're tasking. We're chillin' cause we're tasking. We're chillin' cause we're tasking and we're listening. We no longer want to run into people's guns. Face first. With no warning. Oh. Hello. That sounds like that area. So, new skeleton or maybe old gas. I think old gas might be too far for that. That sounded too loud. I wonder if Krabby fell asleep. It would be dope if I had one of those fucking voices. It's good for people who like background. Oh, that's somebody. Well, rather something, because that's not a person. Pretty sure that's AI scav. Pretty sure. Then again, why would I say that? Player scav's voice line to identify. Oh shit. Did he just die? Oh shit. Skill shotgun just leveled. Did he die? Who was the one I killed here? That was a player. That was close. One sec, I gotta move this shit. I can't get into a fight with my half my table covered in a paper that has whatever on it. Okay, there. Thought I heard something. I saw somebody run across the street though. Or at least I could have sworn I did. Fuck me! Where the fuck did he come from? That kind of sucked.
Himself and passed down to us mere mortals by the revealed truth of the Holy White Paper, revered by university presidents and billionaire businessmen alike. I mean, how could you not believe in it? Hell, remember this guy's Twitter feed? Well, a guy pops up in there saying how Musk has made
Man,
tunneling
go fuck
30
yourself.
times cheaper,
God
which is
damn
just
it.
simply not true. But even if it were, the guy's taken some 5 years to dig a few miles
Magnum
of
buckshot?
Las Vegas, which can really take slow-moving cars.
And apparently, the Las Vegas Boring Company tunnel is a done deal now.
And it will shoot people from station to station at the Las Vegas Convention Center with speeds of up to 150 miles per hour.
Yeah, they didn't deliver 150 miles an hour in the end. They delivered more like 30, 35-ish, maybe. And even at that, after a few years of intermittent use...
Apparently the loop hadn't been active for about 3 weeks, so this is them getting back in the swing of things.
Right. It's only open when there's like stuff going on, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And even at that, it's already a conspicuously bumpy ride, even at 30 miles per hour.
Not very smooth. It's like a road.
Yep. And I wonder how many years it'll take to get repaved.
Yeah, that's a great question.
And even at that, Musk's only been digging these tunnels at the
God
rate of about
damn it.
1 mile per year. And at about a mile per year for tunnels like
And my
this,
stash is full.
that means that for the Hyperloop, you will be looking at construction times
Lol.
of hundreds of years just for the tunneling. In fact, maybe now is a good time to reflect on what happened
Oh,
to
wow.
Elon Musk's amazing Hyperloop. Not the Washington to Baltimore one, of course, because that was pure vaporware and was never mentioned
No
again.
shotguns.
But what about the test track?
And not blowing up SpaceX's $12.5 million tube.
The $12.5 million tube was built to similar standards to their tunnel, used for a couple of deeply unconvincing competitions.
And one of the wonderful events that Elon puts on at SpaceX and the Boring Company is a Hyperloop.
Oh, I forgot.
Which we do every year. And the first year, actually, this is true, over 1,000 universities worldwide entered, which was amazing. and then we narrowed it down to 20, and then 20 came.
Tule tekemään Suomen halvimpia löytöjä. Tämäkin Suomen halvin sohvaryhmä. Hinta ja laatu takuulla. Klikkaa masku.com.
Oh, he won't take them?
And actually competed at SpaceX.
Which got nowhere near the speed of, say, high-speed rail.
Oh.
Musk promised
So.
an even bigger tube.
So our good Elon announced that SpaceX will
Yay.
do an even longer test trip, a 6.2 mile,
Yay.
kilometer long test trip. But to make it more realistic,
I haven't been on
will
streets
use a
yet.
curve. And the coolest thing, it will be ready for the next Hyperloop competition in 2020. We're really looking forward to it.
And you'll be shocked. Shocked to find out that there wasn't a longer Hyperloop test track in 2020, or 2021, 2022, 2023, and there's no sign that it'll ever be built in 2024. Instead, rather than building a bigger tube, they took their existing tube and cut it in half to make way for a functioning form of transport, a train, before just cutting the entire Hyperloop up, which was presumably by then a rusted eyesore, and took it away as scrap metal.
But it's really not that hard.
It still sounds pretty complicated, Elon.
It's like a tube with an air hockey table. It's really, I swear it's not that hard.
Are assuming that all of the scientists and engineers at SpaceX and all these universities haven't taken a grade 11 physics course.
Yeah, I think that's Elon Musk, the world's richest man. All those SpaceX engineers, a company burning $500 million of cash, and 1,000 universities zero, some random guy on the internet one. Look, I showed these people years ago that what they were doing was stupid, and they insisted on burning their money anyway. I could today make the same video about a dozen other ongoing Hyperloop projects around the world.
We believe in the Hyperloop development, and we believe that it will run around Europe and around the world.
This first new step of the European Hyperloop Center is the start of a really big thing for Hyperloop.
I think the Hyperloop is a great solution for our mobility challenges of the future.
I think it's a great chance for collaboration. For me, it's very important to collaborate and work together with all the Hyperloop companies.
But I guess don't expect a lot of people to change their mind just because one of the religions has failed. There will still be plenty of true believers who won't give up until their money runs out. However, businesses do not function on belief, but the bottom line. And sooner or later, those financial lemmings will meet the cliffs of stupidity. And sooner or later, those lemmings will look at the guy holding up the sign saying jumping off the cliffs of stupidity is bad, and the pile of dead lemmings at the bottom of the cliff holding signs saying, no, jumping off the cliffs of stupidity will revolutionize transport forever, and just might start paying attention. And sure, videos like this are starting to help. And they're even starting to bite on things like Wikipedia. So now the Hyperloop article is updated to say the article may be written from a fan's point of view rather than a neutral point of view. And the article contains writing like an advertisement. And that is an 8-year recap of $500 million of stupidity.
I believe this project is to ground transportation as the moon landing is to space exploration.
But if you appreciated the recap, maybe drop a thumbs up on it. And if you really like the work of this channel, you can support it directly through Patreon. And thanks for watching.
Tähän vaaditaan rekkautta.
This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream. Get access to my streaming video service, Nebula, when you sign up for CuriosityStream using the link in the description.
Science fiction delights in showing us humanity's future on strange new worlds we will find out among the stars. But it is very likely our future will be on massive artificial worlds and megastructures of our own creation.
So welcome to Science and Futurism with Isaac Arthur, and I am the aforementioned host, Isaac Arthur. Just under 8 years ago, the channel began with an episode cataloging a number of what we call megastructures, huge artificial constructs that in many cases would rival entire planets in size and serve a similar role as our future homes. Back in the day, the graphics on the show weren't terribly impressive. Indeed, most megastructural visuals in existence were made after that episode, many for this show, and the audio was terrible. It was the first episode of the show, and the only one not to include the episode transcript in as captions because there wasn't one. As time went on, our audio and graphics improved, and I got some speech therapy for my speech impediment. And folks often ask why I've never redone that episode, when almost every other early episode has gotten a redo, or reboot, or even an entire extended series. Indeed, we gave many megastructures their own episode in our megastructural series. But it did indeed seem time to catalog all of them again in a summary form, including many new ones we and others have dreamed up since then. Needless to say, even keeping it quick, this one is going to be a long episode, easily beating out our previous record holder, the Fermi Paradox Compendium, which was over 70 minutes. So get yourself a drink and a snack, or even two, and let's get started. Also, in the interest of preserving my vocal cords, my wife and livestream co-host, Sarah Fowler Arthur, will be alternating narration with me between entries. Now, obviously, even giving ourselves an extended-length episode is not going to give us much time to get into details, but we try to approach this categorically, and that's rather tricky because a megastructure pretty much means anything artificial and enormous, but the majority of them are artificial habitats designed around terrestrial ecology and humans. Some exist for maximum efficiency and practicality, things we might build in a century or two, like the O'Neill Cylinder or Stanford Torus. Others for the sheer ridiculousness of them, what we call a BWC or because we can megastructure, like flat planets or cube-shaped ones. Some rely on concepts that need explaining, like spin gravity, and will apply to several structures. In the end, though, the determining factor for format is just that I know I'll think of ones I forgot while I'm writing, so we're going to do them alphabetically. And those concepts
That was the wrong thing to take first.
Megastructures
Shit.
themselves, like spin gravity or grav plating, will get their own entries and we'll just reference the concept in the megastructures. With that in mind, let's begin our list with one of the most important engineering tricks for mega engineering, active support. Then we'll look at a megastructural negient, one of the most impressive megastructures out there, the Autoson disk.
Active support. Active support is a method that can be employed to build structures that no known material could support via compressive strength. While it comes in many forms, the most conceptually simple way of thinking of it is as a hose when you've turned the water on and grows stiff as that water flows into it. For objects like a Lofstrom loop or orbital ring, it is assumed that it will be high-speed metals moving inside magnetic confinement, accelerated by applying electromagnetic shoves, and contained inside a stationary sheath. In high-tech megastructures, this may be a magnetically shielded structural support with warm temperature superconductors inside it, limiting the need to apply additional power to keep the active support intact and rigid. These objects can be arbitrarily strong and large. Most common shapes would include a circle or ellipse, such as an orbital ring, or a straight line, such as an Atlas pillar or space tower. They form the foundation of many megastructures. See also Atlas pillar, Lofstrom loop, orbital ring, shell world, and space tower.
Alright, what else?
The Autoson disk is an immense flat planet built with a top and bottom side you can live on, around a star at the center of the disk. It was first suggested by Dan Alderson, a scientist at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory who was active in sci-fi circles and talking with sci-fi writers, particularly with Larry Niven, who wrote about so many megastructures. In simple form, an Alderson disk around our own sun would be a flat plate with a hole in the middle, stretching from as close as you could get to the sun, right out to the distant, frozen depths of space, and of such immense mass that it would dwarf the star at its center. The default Alderson disk masses roughly 3,000 solar masses, a billion Earths, but could be built around bigger stars or red dwarfs, or entirely artificial suns. The critical problem with building an Alderson disk are twofold. First, it takes immense strength to keep the disk from collapsing either downward into a flatter plate or inward into a sphere. Second, most of the sunlight is completely wasted, going above or below the disk, and what light does come in arrives from the side. This places the entire disk, top and bottom side, in perpetual twilight, growing dimmer as the distance and air interfere. This results in a warm center and frigid outer layers, virtually none of which are livable. Some suggest addressing this by bobbing the star up and down in the center, so it rises above and below, and this is technically possible since the star is the smaller object and could be placed on an ultra-eccentric orbital path through that central hole. However, there is no plausible natural path that would produce anything like a 24-hour day, and such an orbit would require constant stabilizing efforts. For all these reasons, an Alderson disk is often considered an example of a BWC megastructure. To address the first problem, the disk collapsing, in the absence of arbitrarily strong materials, we make use of countless orbital rings, each a circle just a bit wider than the last, each having an angular momentum appropriate to the orbit at that distance. Keeping in mind that the star's own mass is soon dwarfed by the inner rings of the disk. We then place a sheath above and below these nested rings to create the disk and keep them separated by using Atlas pillows to keep the top and bottom from crunching down on each other or the orbital rings below. Care must be taken to include segment walls to prevent all the air, water, and even land from rushing to the center. These segment walls may be disguised as mountain ranges. Large subterranean pumps may move air and water back to the places they need to be to assist in this. Additionally, by varying the mass and density of the rings to increase their own gravity, we may cancel out some of that central pull, keeping gravity pointing straight down throughout the disk. To provide power for all the active support, the inner ring inside the plate nearest the star may be a solar power collector. To permit a 24-hour day or seasons, we may place large statite or lagite solar mirrors and shades above and below the north and south pole of the star, at distances comparable to the disk's radius, to reflect sunlight back down onto the planet. The wide statite disks may include wedges of reflective material and shades, or simply have tilted reflective bands, to cause the sun to reflect down on places for the chosen time period and strength, and thus replicate a day-night and seasonal cycle. While this structure is popular in science fiction, it will generally be one we would deem physically possible, but not a practical approach to building living area. However, it does have the advantage of being one of the largest structures you can make that allows a continuous Earth-like living area, so long as you include polar statites, being bigger than even a classic Dyson sphere, though smaller than a Birch planet. See our episodes Megastructure 6, Discworlds, or Megastructure's Flat Earths.
Oh no, where did that go
See
now?
also Active Support, Discworld, Lagite, Orbital Ring, and
Oh,
Satellite.
for fuck's sake.
Arcology Megatower. Arcology megatowers are envisioned to be very tall and wide buildings which are ecologically self-contained in whole or in part. This is typically assumed to mean towers dwarfing any modern skyscraper, and including not only their own internal power sources and water and air processing, but also food production. In science fiction, these are usually seen in the dystopian settings of trash-strewn and graffiti-covered steel and concrete jungles. But these might range from utopian to dystopian, big or small, and given their scope would be more likely to be an equivalent to a gated community than a slum. A space outpost with all of its own internal life support in tower form would most likely be the first true total arcology, though it can also come in underground form, as it need not be specifically tall,
and then I
it
found
could be
it.
wide or underground. The term arcology, being a combination of the words architecture and ecology, was originally meant to simply encompass any group of structures built to be ecological and self-sufficient. The giant skyscraper concept comes later, but it is better known, and thus we distinguish it formally
His
by
wife's got
calling
a...
these an arcology megatower.
Oh, you're still
See
here?
Episodes Arcologies and Arcology Design for more details.
Arc ship. An arc ship,
I thought you had passed out already.
arc, is meant to be an interstellar spaceship.
I don't even remember what happened anymore.
Biology to another world.
Oh yeah, it was on the road.
A giant cylinder habitat with a spaceship drive and towns.
I guess I did see him run across the road, like I said.
Inside that
God
habitation
damn it,
drum,
man.
able to live there via artificial lighting and power until the ship arrives at the colony planet.
You're making hot dogs? I'm actually fucking hungry too. I might, after this raid, I'm gonna have to turn my oven on, get a sausage in there, then eat that and some potato salad. Ooh, and I have this potatoes au gratin thing too.
A second style arc ship.
But yeah, it's like 8 hours since I last ate. It's not a surprise I'm fucking hungry.
And we often call this style a seed ship.
But I wouldn't have noticed unless you said anything, Lel.
For more information.
Yep. Oh fuck, we're right here. Ping again was really bad. Do I just rush in? Fucking ping again.
Artificial sun. Artificial suns and stars come in many forms. This could
Really
be an
bad
entirely
ping.
normal star simply made by people, or
And
one
it's
using
not
normal
going
stellar
down.
processes but made from an atypical material, like pure deuterium, to allow a smaller size, or could be ones with a star-lifting apparatus to remove helium and heavier elements.
Do you see how high that...
and
Oh,
allow
yep.
refueling.
I was...
This can also include non-fusion options like black holes, producing power by pouring matter into them
At least...
or by hawking radiation. Often in the context
Hey man, feel free to veg out. At least I'm in a good place.
Sunlight for the ecology.
It's not like people are just gonna stumble on me.
Bringing lighting in from an external source. This may orbit an unlit rogue planet to produce a
One
geocentric
second.
world.
Let me see if I can
or
change
even
my
vast pillars in the
antenna.
form of sun towers rising above the landscape. See our episode Making Suns for more details.
Asteroid colonies. Asteroid colonies are more of a location for megastructures than a megastructure themselves, but given that such minor worlds outnumber traditional planets several thousand to one, they are likely to be one of the most common settings for them. The most likely megastructures in one would be a
Well, I
solar
just turned
habitat
off
built inside
Wi-Fi.
the
Maybe
mine
that'll
areas,
help.
or next to it and enclosed in the mining spoil till it merged. The asteroid offers protection from space debris and attacks, and possibly concealment.
Oh, fuck
One
me.
special note, it is often suggested you could carve out an asteroid and spin it to live on the interior with spin gravity. In practice, your typical asteroid is a loosely bound ball of gravel and should...
Oh no. I have 10 tweets. Well, I appealed them all, but it's probably not going to go through, and I'm going to have to delete them, and I'm going to be in Twitter jail for a week. This fucking... Oh, whoops. I forgot all about that. Whatever.
Moi. Kiinnostaako sua millaista on opiskella Business College Helsingissä? Klikkaa tosta linkistä.
Ei kiinnosta. Oh shit. Wrong fucking button.
The U.S. and U.K. strikes against Houthi targets 2 days ago was a
Looks like my
significant
connection's
display
a little
of
bit
military
better
power,
again.
and it's kind of being glossed over. We're gonna
Maybe
talk
not.
about that. Germany intervenes in the genocide case being brought against Israel, and while most Americans support a ceasefire in Gaza, they still want Hamas out. What's going on, everyone? Let's take a look at some updates.
Now I have
As
no
Washington
idea
between Israel
what's
and
been
Hamas.
going on near that
Recording
office.
this at 9:30 a.m. Central on Sunday, January 14th, 2024. So following the U.S. and U.K. strikes against Houthi targets 2 days ago in Yemen, we really haven't seen any sort of noticeable reaction by either the Houthis or Iran. Overnight, there were 2 more claimed attacks by the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, a loose grouping of Iranian-backed militias that say they attacked U.S. bases in the region with rockets and or missiles, but nothing really out of the ordinary. So we're kind of waiting at this point to see, is something coming, a major attack coming, or did those strikes do the trick? Now, getting into some personal opinions here, so bear with me. That's kind of the nature of where this whole thing sits right now. I don't think that one wave of attacks eliminated the Houthi ability to wage war in the Red Sea or elsewhere. That's just not realistic. So it's likely that they still have a sizable arsenal on hand, able to carry out military operations wherever they see fit. So given that they did attack that ship carrying Russian oil on the 12th, mistakenly, supposedly, and their statements about how they're more resolved than ever to continue their support of the Palestinian people by targeting commercial vessels headed to Israeli ports in the Red Sea, I'm kind of expecting the attacks to continue. I don't think that's really going out on a limb. From most that I've read and listened to, the general sentiment is that this isn't over. This
One
wave
second.
of strikes by the U.S. and U.K. Maybe let the Houthis know that we're serious, but I don't think it was enough for them to fully stop what they believe is the right move for them to be taking. Now, something that's going to get glossed over here, but I think it's worth spending a few minutes on, is just how impressive that military effort was a few nights ago. Now, again, you can argue that we shouldn't be there at all, or we shouldn't have taken this action, or it was a bridge too far, or whatever, any of those things. But in terms of execution, just plain out military execution, it was spot on. Houthi targets all across Yemen were hit by missiles.
Okay. Now what's going on here now? Not yet. Now, is there anybody in there? Is there anybody near? I have no idea what's been going on the map because I don't see anything in the windows. I think I'm gonna go for it. Oh, I don't have painkillers for some shit. I think that has more recoil control. Hmm. Somebody got in here while I was disconnected. Well, now I got a bag. Ooh, this window is dangerous. There's something I left in here. That was a fight. I hate this part. Right over there. I don't think I want to go that back way now. Fuck me. Now where's this other scab I heard? Both lasers are on. I hear someone. I heard someone. I definitely heard someone. I already drank all my coffee. Oh, it's a scab. Other side of this wall. Dead. I was thinking about going to loot up there, but I think I'm just getting the fuck out. Dope. Oh, good night. I just noticed, sorry, while I'm in raid, I'm really bad with chat. Unless I'm asking for fucking info. Panicky.
missiles fired from surface ships and submarines while dealing with airstrikes coming from fighters launched off of carriers and land, both by the United States and United Kingdom. So a joint multinational strike that resulted in no friendly equipment damaged, no reported civilian casualties, and from what we can tell so far, positive effects on target. There aren't a lot of countries that can pull that sort of military operation off 7,000 miles away from home. It's just, the Afghanistan withdrawal is fresh in a lot of our minds, and we're constantly wondering how we would manage or measure up in a conflict like what we're seeing in Ukraine, Russia. So I think this, albeit relatively small, all things considered.
Come on, they were hitting the Houthis. They don't have organized air defense, blah, blah, blah. It's nothing like.
That has ever been seen in history. And it's worth noting that the Houthis do have a substantial air defense capability.
No, they don't.
This was not a defenseless target. They have, throughout the course of their civil war, shot down a handful of F-16s and AH-64s, and they're believed to have in their possession, as of today, a variety of SA-2s, SA-3s, SA-6s, SA-9s, and probably have picked up a handful of more modern, advanced surface-to-air capabilities from Iran. So that US and UK raid went right through that coverage with no losses. Now, it wasn't all perfection, of course. Unfortunately, during the course of operations, a U.S. sailor did fall off the side of a boat off the coast of Somalia that was experiencing 8-foot swells. Sounds like another sailor jumped in to try to rescue him, but as of this report, both are missing and the search is underway.
That kind of sucks.
Overnight, Germany made news by not only rejecting South Africa's claim at the International Court of Justice that Israel's committing genocide in Gaza, but now they're set to intervene directly on Israel's behalf. So a German spokesperson said, quote, "In the view of Germany's history and the crime against humanity of the Shoah," which I understand is another term for the Holocaust, that's what they're talking about here, "the federal government sees itself as particularly committed to the Convention Against Genocide. This convention is a central instrument of international law to implement, quote, never again," end quote. Germany went on to condemn the genocide claim as political instrumentation, saying the accusation has no basis in fact. What it sounds like they're set to argue is that what's happening in Gaza shouldn't even be considered a genocide, therefore it shouldn't be in front of this court at all. So the court can stop listening to arguments, they already have, I guess, but they don't need to move forward in any capacity. I'm not sure. Don't take that as fact. I'm not a lawyer, and I have a feeling that this is about to get pretty messy in a lot of ways. So if anyone has any solid resources for following international law in cases like this, please share them in the comments below. I've found Lawfare blog to be helpful in the past around some, U.S. constitutional questions as it relates to U.S. military forces and the application of force overseas, things like that. So I'll probably keep an eye out there on the Lawfare blog for a little bit, but open to any suggestions on that front. It's just really not my area of expertise. So Hamas put out a video yesterday of what they say is combat footage, combat engagements with Israeli forces in the Khan Yunis area.
Good thing I remembered to do that.
It's all like this. Very close range engagements with Israeli armor and infantry. As I have throughout all videos, I'm cutting off at the point of impact for a couple of reasons. One, I don't like to show where an individual's life may have ended, regardless of what side it's on. The other is that in a lot of cases, these platforms don't like that piece. When the weapon is fired or when the weapon detonates, in every one of these videos, the round does impact, from what I can tell, against the Israeli vehicle. So for some of the urban combat, you can understand how Hamas can hide. Historically, it's been very hard to root out defending forces from an urban environment, especially when it's entirely destroyed like Gaza is. But some of these where they pop out, 5 meters from an Israeli tank, from behind like a dirt pile, that's hard to explain. You would expect more coverage there, more of a screen, be it overhead or infantry on the ground, to prevent that from happening. But again, I'm not the one on the ground. Combat is incredibly complex, and we're only getting one little point of view. But needless to say, Hamas continues to put out footage showing the intensity of the fighting across the Gaza Strip. Now, a common point that I've heard over the last few months is that the majority of Americans support a ceasefire in Gaza, which I think is true, but it might be a little more complicated as we dig into some additional numbers. So here's a Data for Progress poll that I came across showing 61% in favor of ceasefire, which generally tracks. Like, if you look this question up, any number of polls, I think everything I've seen, it's over 50%. So to say that the majority of Americans support a ceasefire, I think is in line with all of the data that's been presented, which is good. The way I take that is Americans are being asked, do you want war or do you want peace? And they're choosing peace. They're choosing the option that means fewer people dying. But there have also been some polls that take it a little bit further that might complicate that answer just a little bit. So there's a poll here from mid-December that was released last week by YouGov. It asked a related question with somewhat different
One
results.
slot food.
So 21% of respondents said they would prefer a permanent ceasefire that ends the fighting but leaves Hamas in control of Gaza, whereas 40% said they prefer a continuation of fighting until Hamas is no longer in control. And there's also 39% that wasn't sure, it's a pretty big number. For 40% of respondents, 39% of respondents did not have an answer. Definitely skews that data. But you do have twice as many respondents there saying they want the fighting to continue until Hamas is no longer in control. I think that's notable just because it, in a sense, kind of contrasts with the idea of calling for a ceasefire now. So I thought that was worth bringing up. Then in that same YouGov poll, they asked, what is the most appropriate action for Israel to take? 33% said to de-escalate military action against Hamas to avoid harming Palestinian civilians. 37% said to take further military action against Hamas to protect Israeli citizens. And then 29% said not sure. So, hey, we're down on the not sure part, at least, right, from 39 to 29%. But again, even if it is 33 to 37, which is relatively close, then maybe the takeaway here is that it's relatively split on the group of people that say stop everything to avoid harming civilians or take further action. Hamas still has yet to be eliminated in Gaza. So, personal opinion here, but I think that when folks throw out that the majority of Americans want a ceasefire in Gaza, what they're suggesting is that the public sentiment is not on Israel's side. And I'm not sure that's accurate right now. I mean, I do think there's been a big shift. 20 years ago, I think the pro-Israeli stance in the United States would have been much more prominent than it is today, but it hasn't completely gone away. So my takeaway here is that feelings on the conflict are still pretty mixed here in the United States, and I don't think I could say with any confidence that one side or the other has a clear advantage when it comes to support from the American public. But that's all I got for now. Of course, if interested in national security subjects, be sure to check out the sit-reps I put out on Substack. Link is in the description below. Substack now also has ad-free, sponsor-free videos that go live about 1 hour before they're up on YouTube. But thanks for watching. I'll see y'all next time.
Oikotie uuteen työhön vie. Kaikki työpaikat helposti. Oikotie.fi.
This is India, a nation of more than 1.4 billion people and the world's fastest growing major economy. It's also a country with undisputable technological, economic and military potential. A nation that was able to land a probe on the moon for $75 million, built its first nuclear weapon less than 30 years after independence, and which today maintains perhaps the second largest active duty military in the world, buoyed by a long and often distinguished military history. However, it's also a country that spent more than a decade working on an indigenous assault rifle to replace foreign designs, only to now be in the process of retiring that rifle for replacement by foreign designs. A country which spent more than 30 years developing a fighter jet engine that still isn't in service. A nation which has spent more than 20 years trying to acquire submarines through Project 75, something that may now not deliver its first boats until the late 2020s or early 2030s. And which has such a spotty record on military procurement for everything from green tea to jet fighters, that in some cases well-trained veteran
You're not gonna leave me alone, are you? I thought you could help keep my bed warm tonight.
Well, guys, we're finally back.
What
It's a
the
nasty
fuck?
snowed-in day where I live, so I figured why not celebrate the worst kind of weather ever by taking a little stroll down memory lane. It's Life of Luxury time, baby. Now, if you've never heard of the channel Life of Luxury, then your life is about to change for the better today. Life of Luxury is a YouTube channel that specializes in what I guess you would call maybe satirical horror. Remember those videos you used to watch in like 2011 where you'd see a ghost sighting or a Slenderman sighting? Well, imagine those kinds of videos, but with this time with something resembling a budget. And you'll have a pretty good idea of what Life of Luxury is. Now, this is not our first rodeo when it comes to Life of Luxury. We've seen our fair share of their videos, but it's been a while. It's been over 6 months since I watched a Life of Luxury video at this point. For a while, they were having some legal trouble with their MCN, but now they're finally back, and I'm wondering if the videos are going to be the same as they once were. Now look, don't worry, I know that you're just as eager to find out the answer to that question as I am, so that's what we're about to do. With the video, his imaginary friend comes to life at night. So grab your popcorn and put on your big boy diapers because you're probably gonna pee your pants. Let's begin. Please subscribe.
So for this episode, we received an email from a mother named Barbara who recently lost one of her sons in a fire. Barbara says that ever since then, her other son, Caleb, has become mentally unstable. After losing his brother, her son Caleb became so lonely that he created an imaginary friend. Since creating this imaginary friend, his personality completely changed. Caleb, who was always peaceful, has started fighting with his friends and became violent and aggressive. Caleb has also started to collect his mother's undergarments and has started cutting off pieces of the girl's hair from school.
Do you ever imagine yourself living a completely different life? Being a completely different person?
Oh, what? There's a stash here? The fuck is this? Wow. That's in there. I think I'm gonna have to make a run for it. I felt like I was getting trapped right there. I feel like somebody's chasing me. I heard somebody walking. Feels like somebody's chasing me. I totally feel like those dudes that I keep hearing shooting behind me are chasing me. I almost thought that was a person. No scads here. Really? I need 3 more. I'm getting really hungry though.
Not a moment goes by where I'm not thinking about and collecting it.
Okay, so once that starts to happen, that's when you send your son to get something from the basement, and by accident there's a mishap with the locks, and it stays locked forever. Once you start collecting the undergarments of your mother, there's no other course of action.
She thinks his imaginary friend told him to do this. She's worried that her son is losing his mind and sent us this video for proof.
I don't want to do it. They didn't do anything wrong. Please. No, I don't want to hurt them. They're my family.
I think the settings and the prop design for these videos is always the funniest thing to me. Look, I know these guys don't have an infinite budget, they're making do, but just look at this situation we've got here. So we've got a completely empty room, we've got this guy in a onesie pajama set, and the only item in the entire room is a vase, which conveniently, he's gonna throw.
Alright, I think this is a place. Let's go inside and meet these people. Okay.
And with that, I would be out. If you opened the door like that on me, I would have no sort of desire to help you whatsoever. It seems like they finally got another house to record these videos in, which is pretty cool. It was getting pretty hard to suspend my disbelief when every single video was taking place in the same 4 rooms.
Hi. Are you Barbara?
Yes, I am.
Wow, there's commercials like every 10 seconds in this video.
Hi. We're here to
That's
help
2
you with your
commercials
son.
in 4 minutes.
Will you people be able to fix my son?
This is some stupid
We can
shit.
certainly try.
Okay.
Okay, we're done with that video. Wow, I'm really fucking hungry now. The oven is still warming. Okay, let me go check the oven.
Back to Scruffy Tales.
Be right
I'm
back.
Scruffy, and this is the War Zone. And in this video we will be taking a look at some horrendous casualty figures for Russia, and also exploring a bit the tactics that Ukraine is relying upon to inflict these casualties on the enemy. And here we have a recent update for the map on the 14th of January 2024. Yellow dotted lines are Ukrainian supply lines leading into Avdiivka, and the red arrows are the Russian points of attack. And as you can see, you have 3 main pushes towards the city itself of Avdiivka, and you have a lot of attempts to try and bypass the city to cut off the vital supply lines that Ukrainians rely upon to keep the city in Ukrainian hands. So yes, if you ask me, the Russian battle plan makes perfect sense. The problem is, of course, that Ukrainians are putting up stiff resistance, especially around the small village of Stepove. So looking at some of the estimated casualties, both Russian and Ukrainian, by December 12th. Now, by this time, the offensive around Avdiivka had been ongoing for 2 months, and we are at the making of this video another month into the offensive, so even more casualties have been inflicted in this time. But by December 12th, you had some 13,000 killed or wounded Russians and some 400 destroyed Russian artillery pieces, tanks, and armored transports. Now, compare this to 2,000 killed or wounded Ukrainians and only 30 destroyed Ukrainian armored vehicles. Yeah, the Russians are really getting butchered in and around Avdiivka by the Ukrainians. There's no doubt about it. And if you take a look at the cost per square mile, the Russians have to lose some 3,000 men per square mile to advance in and around Avdiivka. Just insane numbers. I mean, this is World War I all over again. But instead of charging trenches, at this point you have armored vehicles trying to push through artillery and minefields, just like we saw the Ukrainians try during the summer. So just horrific casualty rates for these battles. And like I said, yet another month has passed since these numbers came out, and nothing indicates that the situation has changed. Russia keeps pushing, keeps attacking, and Ukraine responds with artillery, they respond with armored vehicles, and they just butcher any Russian attempt to advance. And it's basically sheer volume of manpower that allows Russia to actually gain ground. It has nothing to do with fancy tactics or anything. They just keep pushing until they actually manage to grab some ground, gain territory. It's not, human wave attacks like they talk about in World War I. That's not what they're doing, but what they are doing, they keep sending one wave of armored assaults after the other until Ukraine can't send in enough drones or enough artillery rounds to stop them. So eventually 1 or 2 squads will get through and manage to set up shop in a windbreak, and then Russia has gained control of that windbreak. So that's basically how it's done. They just keep sending troops until a squad or 2 pushes through the Ukrainian barrages. I mean, it's sheer insanity, in other words.
Me Pop-pankissa olemme aidosti kiinnostuneita siitä, miten sinulla menee. Raha-asioissa ja noin elämässä muutenkin. Ehkä siksi meidät on valittu Suomen parhaaksi pankiksi jo yli 10 kertaa. Pop-pankki. Elämäsi pankki.
I'm sure you've all heard of Stepove at this point. I mean, a small village that Ukraine has held for 3 months against heavy Russian assaults. And this weekend we saw a video pop up that involved 2 Ukrainian Bradleys defeating a Russian T-90 main battle tank in the middle of this small village. Very intense combat footage. And this town, Stepove, is key in the defense of Avdiivka, and the Russians have just thrown bodies at this small village, and Ukraine keeps holding. They still hold this small village that is so extremely vital for the overall defense.
Slugs. Fuck. Somehow it's so much clearer than on my old computer. Pretty sure I heard something. And Tara is parking outside. Okay. Yeah, remember you're a scav. Don't kill scavs now. Give me magnums. Damn. About to get shot in the back. I already checked those weapons crates over there. Yeah, that was not scav. Yes. That's no blindness. That sounded worrisome. We got us 2 guns. And some other stuff. Good scav raid. Okay, now I need to go get the dogs in. Food is ready. We need to take a break, but let's clear the scav out first so we don't have like a lose connection. Something or other bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me? Boom. Tetris it out.
Ну, начало дня уже неплохое.
Okay.
Of Avdi. Welcome back to Scruffy Tales. I'm Scruffy, and this is the War Zone. And in this video, we will be taking a look at some horrendous casualty figures for Russia, and also exploring a bit the tactics that Ukraine is relying upon to inflict these casualties on the enemy. And here we have a recent update for the map on the 14th of January 2024. Yellow dotted lines are Ukrainian supply lines leading into Avdiivka, And the red arrows are the Russian points of attack. And as you can see, you have three main pushes towards the city itself of Avdiivka. And you have a lot of attempts to try
Oh
and
boy, that was
bypass the city to cut off the vital supply lines that Ukrainians rely upon to keep the city in Ukrainian hands. So yes, if you ask me, the Russian battle plan makes perfect sense. The problem is, of course, that Ukrainians are putting up stiff resistance, especially around the small village of Stepove. So looking at some of the estimated casualties, both Russian and Ukrainian, by December 12th.
this
Now,
is gonna be
at this
hard.
time, the offensive around Avdiivka had been ongoing for 2 months, and we are at the making of this video another month into the offensive, so even more casualties have been inflicted in this time. But by December 12th, you had some 13,000 killed or wounded Russians and some 400 destroyed Russian artillery pieces, tanks, and armored transports. Now, compare this to 2,000 killed or wounded Ukrainians and only 30 destroyed Ukrainian armored vehicles. Yeah, the Russians are really getting butchered in and around Avdiivka by the Ukrainians.
49
There's
seconds.
no doubt about it. And if you take a look at the cost per square mile, the Russians have to lose some 3,000 men per square mile to advance in and around Avdiivka. Just insane numbers. I mean, this is World War I all over again. But instead of charging trenches, at this point you have armored vehicles trying to push through artillery and minefields, just like we saw the Ukrainians try during the summer. So just horrific casualty rates for these battles. And like I said, yet another month has passed since these numbers came out, and nothing indicates that the situation has changed. Russia keeps pushing, keeps attacking, and Ukraine responds with artillery, they respond with armored vehicles, and they just butcher any Russian attempt to advance. And it's basically sheer volume of manpower that allows Russia to actually gain ground. It has nothing to do with fancy tactics or anything. They just keep pushing until they actually manage to grab some ground, gain territory. It's not, when human wave attacks like they talk about in World War I. That's not what they're doing, but what they are doing, they keep sending one wave of armored assaults after the other until Ukraine can't send in enough drones or enough artillery rounds to stop them. So eventually, 1 or 2 squads will get through and manage to set up shop in a windbreak, and then Russia has gained control of that windbreak. So that's basically how it's done. They just keep sending troops until a squad or 2 pushes through the Ukrainian barrages. I mean, it's sheer insanity, in other words. And I'm sure you've all heard of Stepove at this point. I mean, a small village that Ukraine has held for 3 months against heavy Russian assaults. And this weekend we saw a video pop up that involved 2 Ukrainian Bradleys defeating a Russian T-90 main battle tank in the middle of this small village. Very intense combat footage. And this town, Stepove, is key in the defense of Avdiivka, and the Russians have just thrown bodies at this small village, and Ukraine keeps holding. They still hold this small village that is so extremely vital for the overall defense of Avdiivka. And as I'm sure most of you know, Stepova is located roughly 2 kilometers north of the coke plant just outside of Avdiivka. And as you can see on these images, on the left one, you have satellite imagery, summertime, pre-war, as far as I can tell. And I've highlighted the corner of the town with the yellow dotted line. And if you compare it to now, war-torn Avdiivka at the beginning of winter, look at just the amount of artillery that has been used against this small town, and there's not a building that is still standing. Nothing but rubble. And even in this dystopian state, it's still so vital, and it's still a fortification, a small fortification that is absolutely crucial. And as long as Ukraine can hold Stepova, they do stand a chance of actually holding the city of Avdiivka. And now we're gonna go over briefly how Ukraine has managed to hold on for 3 months in and around Avdiivka, despite being severely outgunned, severely outnumbered. And it basically comes down to drone recon, indirect fire, and counterattack.
In recent years, fiber optic laser cutting machines have become the driving force behind the global production of sheet metal parts. The growing variety of products and smaller machines have forced manufacturers to move away from traditional methods of profiling with dyes in favor of this modern fiber laser technology. Modern laser cutters enable very high cutting performance while maintaining the ability to cut single parts and small or large batches without having to invest in expensive equipment. Unlike the older generation of CO2 lasers, fiber lasers consume much less energy, and thanks to the shorter wavelengths, the laser beam can be focused to a smaller diameter, which allows for faster cutting speeds. Today, we will see what solutions Polish manufacturer Kimmler are producing with this fiber technology. The heart of the machine is the laser source. The optical fiber.
Oh, sorry, I'm selling shit. I was supposed to go get the food.
Stimulating the active
Well,
medium to generate laser light by the
second.
optical fiber. The laser beam is fed to the cutting head, also using a flexible optical fiber, which eliminates the need for mirrors and beam paths.
Hey, now I'm gonna go get my food.
Previous lasers. Most
So what usually happens is that Russian forces push out from controlled territory in an attempt to secure ground within no man's land, and moving the borders of controlled territory forward. And in order to do this, they require a bunch of vehicles, and these vehicles are spotted by Ukrainian drones quite often as they're moving around and as they are assembling for an assault. So when the Ukrainians spot a bunch of Russian vehicles moving towards an area and then linking up, Ukraine knows, okay, we got an assault coming. So they alert the artillery, and then they wait for the Russian forces to
cross the wide open farmland, and that is when they call in artillery strike, hitting the vehicles as they are moving across open terrain without cover, where they are easy targets for artillery shells. And if the artillery is not enough to take out all the vehicles after crossing the open terrain, once the Russians do reach their objective, if they get that far in no man's land, Ukrainians continue to hit the Russians with mortars, with cluster munitions, and with the 25mm rounds from the chain guns of Bradley. So as the Russians are dismounting troops, and the troops are getting out of the armored vehicles, mortars, cluster munitions, and high explosives from the Bradley rain in and just wreak havoc on the Russian infantry as they're trying to find cover in the windbreak or whatever the terrain feature may be. And then, at this point, Ukraine then sends forward usually 2 or 3 armored vehicles, usually Bradley, and often a couple of Bradleys that are accompanied by a tank to give them fire support.
And they drive up to the Russian to the location where the Russians had dismounted troops. And here the Ukrainians drop off stormtroopers that then go in on foot to hunt down any surviving Russians in this area. And when there are no more Russians around, the Ukrainians get back to their vehicles, get picked up, and they head back to safe territory once more before the Russians call in artillery and mortars on their heads. So this is the Ukrainian tactics in dealing with Russian advances. And as we can see in the casualty figures, it's very effective. The artillery is the main source for Russian casualties. But any Russians that manage to push through the artillery are then faced with Bradleys and very angry Ukrainian soldiers with machine guns. But as we've seen, it's not enough to stop the Russians from taking ground. The Russians are gaining ground, but at a tremendous cost due to these Ukrainian tactics. So yes, Russia is advancing, but at a great cost. Very little gains over these 3 months. Stepova is still in Ukrainian hands, and for every Ukrainian soldier lost, Russia has lost at least 6 soldiers. So I mean, it's just not sustainable, this battle. Because Ukraine has inflicted so many casualties on the Russians that it's not sustainable at all. And for every armored vehicle that Ukraine has lost, for instance, Russia has lost 10 vital weapon systems like artillery, tanks, and armored transports. So, I mean, this is set up to be a Pyrrhic victory for Russia if the Russians actually do manage to grab Avdiivka in the end. But I mean, at what cost? And for what gains? Avdiivka is not that important on the strategic level of the war by any means. It has propaganda value, obviously, after 3 months fighting, just like Bakhmut. And, you know, it has political value, but militarily, not that much. Taking Avdiivka is not the same as had Ukraine taken Verbove, for instance, and been able to punch through the Russian defensive lines. This is purely a propaganda battle, and Russia is not winning at all. This is a Pyrrhic victory at best, if it is even a victory for Russia at all in the end. I mean, the casualty figures here for Russia, they're, I mean, staggering, just staggering. Thank you for watching. I hope you found it all interesting, and I will see you in the next one. And as always, gå på marsch, Ukraine, give them hell.
Kotonasi, konttorillasi, kyydissäsi. K-ruokaverkkokauppa aina mukanasi. Tilaa kotiin tai noudettavaksi.
Number of airframes, it operated on an entirely different scale to any Western force that wasn't American. Depending on what you count and how you count, the VKS had at least 1,000 fighter and multi-role aircraft. Hundreds of these were of types that had only formally entered service after the fall of the Soviet Union, the Sukhoi 30, 35s and 34s. But the most common types making up the numbers were still the older MiG-29s and Sukhoi 27s, with only a minority of the Sukhoi 27 fleet having been updated. In many ways, the force was in a race against depreciation. The size of the
Food.
VKS was decreasing year on year.
Food.
I am assuming now it's done.
She's assuming. Now, you said you don't like mushy peas.
It's gonna be mushy rice. Basically, it's paste, right? Oh my god.
Lala.
This is gonna be.
Hey, I'm gonna mute my mic.
Able to chew this dish.
Yeah. I guess
this is quite the opposite.
The last dish you said was violence. Like, we haven't finished this one yet, but what's the theme of this video?
This one is just after violence comes death. This is
just death.
Death in a wok.
Chef Brian Tsao here, not your typical chef, owner of Mission Sandwich Social, located in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, winner of Beat Bobby Flay Season 1, and today I'm going to be reacting to the worst fried rice chef strikes again, Kay's Cooking, with your favorite guest, Chef Paul, Frenchie, the Animal Dynamial. Before I go on with today's episode, I do want to give a special shout out to my amazing new patrons, which there are a lot of you this time. Thank you so much, guys. Brandon Portillo, Arana Moman, El Mandozer, Kiana Farron, and particularly Anonymous48. Thank you for being an investing partner level patron. Really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for your support. It's really your contributions that allow me to do what I do. And with that said, on to the reaction.
So I can see that you have Uncle Roger on the screen already.
Yes.
We haven't even started yet.
And you're smiling.
And I'm smiling. I'm like, I don't care if it's repetitious. Yeah. I don't care. I love him.
I love him. I love him. I always love him. You know? My whole channel is built on the shoulders of Uncle Roger.
And the fact that we're reacting to a reaction. They're like, listen, Carpetbagger is our middle name.
People really enjoyed our reaction to Uncle Roger reacting to Kay.
Right.
Well, there are more videos of Kay making fried rice.
I'm sure there is.
And not me, the people, you, in the comments section have spoken that you want Paul to see the follow-up to that video. Her fried rice numero dos.
Which I called violence.
Yes, yeah, actually, yeah, you did call it
violence. Yeah, from beginning through the obvious end.
Yes.
Violence.
And many people agreed with you, but the people want you to see this one.
Okay.
All right.
So let's see this one.
Let's go for it.
Remember niece and nephew. This just comedy video. Kay actually lovely person. Don't leave bad comment on her video.
Yes.
Just laugh. Don't bully people. It never end well.
Agreed.
Just ask Chrissy.
Thank you.
Hi people, and I'm back. And
why her video so yellow? Is she trying to blend into her wall?
today is Tuesday, and after making a mess of the special fried rice, I'm going to have a go, and this time I'm going to do it properly. Right, as you can see, I've got the right.
Ja! Hei, kattokaa! Nyt lähtee kolmoisvoltti kerien! Ja! Oho!
Aika vaikeeta. No, onneksi oomi.fiissä kaikki sähkösolmut aukeaa ilman ihmetemppuja. Ja sieltä saa...
You motherfucker.
Everybody knows Frenchie don't like the peas.
At least they're not like mushy peas.
Hopefully we get to watch him turn mushy. Get to watch
I'm
the
not
process.
convinced that I think she might be outsmarting all of us.
Probably. You know she has her own merch store?
Pull it up. At least help out her merch. Put up a link for
I know. She certainly helped the channel enough.
Isn't that professional courtesy in the podcast world?
It is. We should support her.
We should be supporting. Hey, listen, they're supporting us.
Check this out. Sports bra.
What?
Phone cover. You gotta love those innovative designs, right?
It's just Kay's cooking.
It's just Kay's cooking, literally.
All across the board.
Let's buy some and wear it at the next K reaction.
should.
Yeah.
No, we should get the hats. Just the Kay's cooking, the bucket hats. Just 2 bucket hats.
Bucket hats,
dude.
Okay. All right.
2 bucket hats.
All right. Next. Oh my God, that's an epic bucket hat. Next K's video we react to, and we will react to. Trust me. Actually, every K's video we react to after this, we will be wearing the bucket hats.
The bucket hat.
She cooking rice, but still no rice cooker.
And I've also got some peas cooking. I don't know if the peas want cooking, but I'm just going to do them because it says...
Uncle Roger don't know what the obsession with pea in egg fried rice. Why
There
people
you go.
love
You're my
pea so
hero.
much? Pea is most annoying vegetable.
Yes.
You ever drop pea and it roll under fridge? You can't reach it. And then you think, okay, I guess the pea live there forever now. Niece and nephew also telling Uncle Roger that this not induction stove, this just heating coil under a glass pane.
Yes.
Hiya.
We pointed
Uncle
that out
Roger
last time.
didn't
Yeah.
think there could be thing that worse than induction stove. So not satisfying. Why your stove look like Tron? Hiya.
And as I did last time.
Okay, same walk as last time.
3.
Why oil pouring
3
so
what?
slow?
These are dessert spoons, but it's supposed to be tablespoons, but I'm going to put 4 in this time. Give that time to warm up. The rice is still doing.
No, you can't just leave rice boiling like that. You cook rice in saucepan, you get the water boiling, then immediately turn it down to simmer,
Yes. Yes.
and also put lid on it.
Yeah.
Where your lid? Where your lid?
So, can you educate our viewers on proper
If you're going to
rice
measure it
cookery?
out, you're going to conserve that moisture.
Right.
It needs to go back into the rice. Can't escape. If too much of it escapes, it's going to burn. It's going to dry out. It's not going to be cooked all the way through.
Right. And like, I guess theoretically you can compensate by, if you wanted to, for whatever reason, cook it with the lid open, you could theoretically add more water. But I feel like
It complicates things.
It complicates things. It's a lot of variables. So yes,
Yeah.
I agree with Paul fully. If you're cooking white
Lid
rice in a
creates a
pot,
safety margin.
Yes, creates a safety margin. And you know, all the recipes you'll find online on the ratio of rice cookery generally is with a lid. 99% of the time.
Rice cookery.
Give me your address. Uncle Roger send you rice cooker for free. Don't torture rice like
Well,
this.
send her the rice
anymore.
cooker.
White rice matter. White rice matter.
Oh. That's one way of doing it.
Right, I'm giving the rice a lot more.
See?
The yellowing peas. Cooked so much, they have yellowed, baby. Oh, she's about to put it into that hot oil too. Let's see what happens to them peas, my friend.
Even her walk sweating. I think
Green
her walk
charcoal.
scared what she gonna do.
So first of all,
Pea tastes like sap.
putting the peas in. It said put ham in the egg. I'm not going to do that this time. I'm just going to... I've got ham and...
Wait, what?
What the fuck is that?
What that? What is that?
I don't know. That looks like luncheon meat to me.
But there's like
There's
two
two
different
colors, yeah, and they're attached. That is weird.
Is it cheese?
No, I don't think so.
It's like ham and cheese?
I haven't watched this video since I last reacted. No, it's definitely not cheese.
Oh, okay.
It's just
Then
weird.
what the fuck is white?
I have no idea. No idea. It looks uber processed.
Ham and chicken.
Oh, ham and chicken.
But yeah, but it's cured chicken. It's
Yeah.
like that ham chicken.
That meat
It's
looks
been
so
brined.
thick, it's suitable for vegan.
On the same plate.
Oh, look how white and awkward the meat look. Just like the Friends reunion.
Run them in together. I'm going to drop the egg in.
No, the rest of stuff not even cooked yet.
Yeah, so what's happening here now, Paul? She's definitely adding in the ingredients too quickly. What happens when you add in the ingredients too quickly?
I've gone through this a million times. I have to go through this again?
Yeah.
You're not going to get a sear on anything.
Right.
You're
Why?
crowding it.
Yes.
You're crowding it.
Overcrowding. So, generally when you are building a dish, you throw in one ingredient. Don't forget that ingredient is cooler than the hot pan. So every time you add an ingredient, it's going to cool it down. You need to give it time to recover that heat. And she's just adding one ingredient after the other. And what's going to happen is the pan is going to cool down significantly. And as it reheats, it's just going to...
Holy fuck, that was good.
And like Paul said, you are not going to get a sear, and those peas are going to turn mushy.
Let me ask you something about the egg.
Yeah.
Because she actually whisked it before going.
Yeah.
Being that I'm a non-Asian, hence not a professional.
I couldn't tell. Really?
Is it preferable?
And just breathe in and out and feel relaxed and connected to the world like I am at the moment, okay? So just breathe in and out. And that concludes the session for today. So go home and off. Thank you. Namaste.
Your body
Well, I like that commercial actually.
The goo needs
to break the egg so you get two different consistencies in the dish.
I've seen it done both ways.
Why
in a bowl before I poured it.
is it bleeding through now?
You're getting you're getting one result.
Yeah.
As if you break it up into the wok.
Right, like the egg straight into the wok. I've seen that numerous times
you
as well.
would get.
Theoretically, you'd get two textures. But don't forget the egg, no matter how you put it in, whether you whisk it in first or crack it directly in, it's so quote-unquote overcooked, technically, you end up with one texture. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but then maybe you add, I don't know, a little splash of color. I don't know. Move on.
Why are you so... You look depressed, buddy.
The peas, like right away. It's just like right off... It's right off the bat.
I promise the next video we react to, I'm not going to make it up to you. Okay. It's going to be bad. It's going to be more British chefs. Not food. And you're
putting me in a bad position. It's always these Brits, and now you got the French, the French English, obvious hatred. But no, we can't fall prey. We can't be a one-trick pony here. We gotta move away from the peas. Oh,
okay.
God damn.
The rice is cooked for 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Too long?
I am assuming now it's done.
She's assuming. Now, you said you don't like mushy peas.
It's gonna be a mushy rice. Basically, it's paste, right?
Don't assume.
This is why you gotta use old
you
rice.
Can't just assume rice done. You got to see.
Let's see this. Let's see this.
Right, the rice is done. I don't know if you can tell it.
God.
Wow.
The rice still wet. This is painful.
Yeah, you and me both, babe.
That's still porridge, hi.
That is kanji right there. Do you like kanji?
What is kanji?
Porridge.
Yeah, I like
gruel.
Maybe on a sick day. You know what I mean? Like, or you got your tonsils hurt, and you just want that thick gooey thing. Yeah, I was crying already at the peas. I don't feel bad for you.
Looks soft.
Yeah. That's what she said.
If your rice too wet, you've done. Also, you cannot make fried rice with freshly cooked rice. Need to be left over.
Oh my god. This is gonna be. I mean, we're gonna be able to chew this dish.
Yeah. I guess.
The opposite.
The last dish you said was violence. Like we haven't finished this one yet. But what's the theme of this video?
This one is just After violence comes death. This is
just death.
Death in a wok.
Well, you know, there's a third K's fried rice video.
Are there peas?
Maybe.
Me.
You know, and I want you to know, Frenchie, we've only so far covered Asian dishes. Wait till we get to the Western dishes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
From who?
From K. Oh yes. There's
What
more.
do you mean by Western dishes?
Yeah, you know, Western food.
Yeah, well, what's the west part of Europe?
You know, we got
England,
but also
Does that count?
Italian. You know, there's some French dishes she does. I'm just warming you up, baby. Oh yes, it's coming. The storm is coming.
I get asked all the time, Chef Brian, where do you get your ingredients from? And to be honest, for the restaurant, it's very different than what I do for home, because for the restaurant, I get it directly from a vendor that sells it to me in a large quantity format that's for customers. I mean, several hundreds of orders of the same type of protein, whereas for home, I like flexibility, I like variety, and I like convenience, and that's why I really love today's sponsor, Good Chop, because you can get the same exact stuff that I use for home shipped directly to you. Good Chop offers fully customizable boxes of high quality meats and seafoods that's delivered straight to your door on your schedule, vacuum sealed, delivered frozen. You can pack it in your freezer and pull it out as you needed. Again, I love the convenience. In my latest box, I got halibut. My wife cooks out pork, so I got ground pork and pork tenderloin. I got myself a USDA choice porterhouse. I even tried some of their desserts as well, because every now and then, Chef Brian Sao needs something sweet. What makes Good Chop unique is that everything is sourced from the USA. That is right. From farms to fisheries, everything's within the United States, so you're supporting local business. In addition, Good Chop sources meat that is antibiotic and hormone-free, plus it's backed by a 100% money-back guarantee. If you don't love Good Chop, you get your money back. Grill up a porterhouse steak over some hardwood charcoal and have a glass of whiskey like I did, or thick cut bacon for your family. Whichever one you choose, you can have the same stuff that I am, and again, it's convenient. Prices are great. Plus, with the sick deal that they're going to offer you, why not give it a shot? Go to goodchop.com/YouTube and use the code ChefBrianSal120, or click the link in the caption below to get $120 off across your 4 first boxes. Again, that's goodchop.com/YouTube and use the code ChefBrianSal120 and get $120 off of your first 4 boxes today.
It's like Uncle Roger wasting my time.
Yeah.
No more video. Uncle Roger gonna quit YouTube now. Last time her rice uncooked, it too dry. Now her rice too wet. Is this like some Goldilocks rice bullshit? When she gonna make proper rice? When
she's cooking. It's
if
prison
you
food.
gonna do like this, you need to give Uncle Roger warning.
Oh, who's that? She was cute.
Yeah, some K-pop star, I guess.
Oh dear. You know what's happened here, don't you?
Yeah, too wet. Rice too wet.
Too much rice.
What? No. This woman thinks that what a problem is. Too much rice.
Well, the problem is you don't even have to fake it that hard to cry.
Too much rice, hiya. Uncle Roger can't even say hiya to this. This is like next level from hiya. Uncle Roger, no word for this anymore. Speechless.
Come on. Doesn't matter.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, look at that. You make all our ancestors crying again. Uncle Roger, Grandma awake from her grave just so she can die a second time.
To be honest with you, I'm surprised that it's not sticking. Like there's something else going on in there.
Fried rice supposed to change color.
It's supposed to change color.
Oh my God, the look on your face throughout this whole thing is just priceless, buddy.
It's supposed to change color.
So add some soy sauce. Why no seasoning? The only thing of color in this rice is a spoon.
I don't know if the rice is supposed to change colour or anything.
She can make her camera change color, but not her rice. Why?
But I think it should. I think you might need another egg for that.
You don't need egg, you need Jesus.
Let Jesus take the wheel.
Why the
Oh
rice
my
so
God.
wet? Is it because all our ancestors tear in there? This is like torture. Stop it.
It is.
Stop it. Just stop.
And honestly, I can't even help it. But like in my mind, I just want to take the peas out. I'm picking out I'm mentally picking out those peas.
Well, it's so
like if I'm hungry, I'll eat it.
Well, the thing.
But just get rid of the goddamn peas.
The thing with the texture of this rice is it's so soft, no matter how much you pick out the peas, there's going to be several peas engulfed in the soft rice. So at some point you will take a spoonful.
Yeah, I can't hide.
Me Pop-Pankissa olemme aidosti kiinnostuneita siitä, miten sinulla menee.
Find a hidden
I will
pea.
find it. I can't.
What is my what is it
like
doing
that.
now?
Hey everyone, I'm gonna put
Yeah,
the
it's such a good
address for
meal.
Le Ravage.
Thank you.
I want you to send cans of peas to Paul.
Yeah, no, do not do that.
Put a return address and we will send you.
Good idea.
I don't even care.
Return address on those peas. Yeah, you do that.
Put a return address and
I'll
we will.
return something. Don't worry. Yeah, you do that. Put a return address on those peas.
Watch the podcast. We're doing a t-shirt giveaway for the Fosby t-shirts. Donated by Chef Paul.
Stop cooking fried rice. Uncle Roger will do anything. I'm even willing to get back with that bitch of a woman, Auntie Helen. Just stop.
Is that his ex-wife?
Yeah. Not number I've got my cooker on. It's number.
Oh, that's pretty cool. He gets back at his ex-wife. Like a little subtle.
Well, so Uncle Roger's a character, Auntie Helen's a character, but Nigel does have an ex-wife, so I think.
Well, you know what that means.
Yeah.
You know what that means.
Hey, nobody care about your cooker number, okay? We're not trying to ask cooker out on date.
Listen, if it was like technically, if there were no peas, I could try and save that or do something else with it. I don't know. But you lost me. Like right from the beginning, you lost me with the goddamn peas. And I hate to be like, get up. People would be like, get over it. Like it's just peas. When it's not a big deal.
Man, peas really just bring this visceral anger out of you.
It's just like we had a nice meal, and I was enjoying my digestion, and now I'm like, I got stomach pains. Like it's not worth it.
The rice is a lot better than last time.
Oh, where got better?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot better than last time. Still a long way to go.
On chair.
Oh.
That's looking a lot better than last time.
Doesn't the sun have to come out and taste this?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
No, I mean, at least she cooked the rice this time. But if you hear, take closer listen at what the rice saying.
Squish, 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 squish.
You can still see bits of egg in it.
And the more you're doing it, the more it's getting.
Okay.
Yep. It's turning into one mass. It's turning into Play-Doh.
It's gonna be glue.
It's turning into mochi.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's made of rice.
And it's been abused, right?
Well, mochi is made with rice flour, and that's why it's a smooth texture. But they do beat the hell out of it to get it gummier and bouncier.
I like mochi.
Wait, you've never seen like the mochi when they beat the mochi?
Well, it's like a hammer in a bowl, right? And there's like one guy to fight, and the other guy's just constantly hitting it, and you're waiting for him to ding him in the head.
Yeah.
Like, I keep thinking that's what the videos are gonna be. There's gonna be an act, but it doesn't end with violence.
No, it doesn't end with violence. They're just like,
because I only watch it to see, this is gonna be an accident.
Yeah. I don't know. Should we go to Japan and we like watch him do it and nudge their arm?
I would love to go to Japan. My sister just came back and she's just like,
I would love to go. I would love you to come with me to Asia, and I would love to go with you to France. That would be some shit.
Well, France is very doable.
Yeah, you should come with me to Malaysia. I'm going to Malaysia next year. Home of Uncle Roger.
With family?
Mm-hmm.
I got enough kids of my own. Why gotta hang out with other people's kids?
This better than last time because at least it cooked. But just because it's better than last time doesn't mean it good.
I just said that. You and I are on the same wavelength. I like this.
Wait, what's this gun?
Now we're really into violence.
That like saying last time you got shot, But this time you only get stabbed so much better.
So much better.
Yeah, last time it was crunchy. This time it's a sludge. To eat her rice, you either need hammer or a straw.
It's feeling, the texture is a lot better than last time.
Oof.
Too much peas in again.
That's not your problem.
Touching it.
See how the rice all binding together, just like how all Asian people binding together against you now. I remember this just comedy we joke.
Not just Asians. There's enough. Add a Frenchman to that.
But as you can see, it's all done.
All done? It don't look any different from when you start.
All done?
Like I said, the rice is nice and soft.
Nobody want nice and soft. Trust me, nice and soft is exactly why Auntie Helen left. Sorry, children.
I got that. I got it.
I messed up.
I don't have time for it, but I got it.
We all have time for it.
I have, no, honestly, I don't know.
Like I said, no taste test. I know lots of you have been complaining, but
at least she's not feeding this to anyone.
Oh,
no taste test.
No
I
taste
feel
test
bad
today?
for her poor son last time.
Here we
Eating
go.
The raw rice and the burnt garlic.
it's something I've started. Now it's a lot better than what the last one was.
It's edible.
What my viewers said.
You took
about
out,
the rice.
you omitted the violence.
This one's just sad. I wouldn't say
just-
sad.
yeah,
it's sad.
it's
Yeah,
sad.
It's sad, depressed.
It's
depression.
It's
The other one was violence. This one's depression.
It's end of Incredible Hulk sad. You know? Da-na-na-na. When he's walking away, he's going to the next town to cause trouble. Then he's got to walk away. Da-na. That theme song is really sad.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Okay, you cook the rice, but where the garlic? Last time you have garlic. And where the soy sauce? No seasoning, no garnish. From now on, when people...
Tosi negatiivinen.
Siis tosi.
Joo.
Kai toi istu mun viereen.
Mikä vaatii?
Tiedätkö se juttu on, että ei kai toi istu mun viereen.
Aika törkeä oletus.
Ne on semmoisia aika kliseisiä.
Joo,
mitä,
kyllä.
todella kliseisiä, mitä aina sanotaan, niin kun puhutaan jostain vaikka liikalihavuudesta, niin se on sinun oma syy ja ei mikään muu asia voi siihen vaikuttaa, vaikka se ei ole totta.
Tuo on niinku tosi hyökkäävä ja tuomitseva.
Kyllä, kyllä.
No mun mielestä heti tulee sellainen fiilis, että ulkonäön perusteella oletetaan, onko ihminen terve vai ei, mutta sähän et voi nähdä sitä oikeasti.
Tosi paljon mä mietin sitä, että minkälainen ihminen voi sanoa noin. Jos sä oot nyt vaikka normaalin painoinen, niin antaako se sulle oikeuden kommentoida toisen painoa?
Sosiaalinen media on muut kannat, sulla on niinku oikeus sanoa.
Aivan, joo, sieltä tulkittu tulee välillä, joo.
Että niinku sä välttämättä tunne koko ihmistä.
Joo.
Mutta sä vaan koet,
I need the ammo boxes.
Kyllä. Et kuvitella, että se on niinku sun tehtävä jollain tavalla.
Kyllä.
Mä aloitin mun painon pudotuksen aika korkeasta ylipainosta. Ja silloin mä olisin ehkä kaivannut enemmän kannustusta kuin tosi ilkeitä kommentteja. Sitten siitä jäi vaan paha mieli. Ja sitten vaikka mä olin hyvässä kunnossa pitkän aikaa, niin mulla edelleenkin jäi omanlaiset traumat niistä asioista, mitä ihmiset sanoo mulle.
En montaakaan noista asioista sanoisi esimerkiksi omalle tyttärelle. Tuskin mitään, vaikka useimmiten en mieti mitä sanon, mutta niin kuin noiden kohdalla niin ei.
Tässäkin oletetaan, että tämä toinen henkilö ei välittäisi. Annetaan sellainen syyllistävä leima.
Ei syytetä etenkin, kun ei tiedä. Ja kaikilla on niin paljon juttuja ihmiset käy läpi, josta ihmiset ei tiedä.
Niin, ehkä tästä näistä opimme, että ei pidä olettaa mitään.
Niin.
Eikä sanoa ihan mitä sylki suuhun tuo.
Just, että ei käytä tällaisia lauseita, mitkä vois...
Oh, fuck you.
People tell
Christ,
Uncle
how long
Roger,
can that
women
commercial
belong
be?
in kitchen. Uncle Roger go, no, not Kay. Kay so bad at cooking, she turned Uncle Roger into feminist.
I'm asking me to make something or whatever you want me to do. If I can make it, I will.
Wood.
Hiya, Kay. Uncle Roger want you to make Asian people happy. 2 video now. How about this?
3 more.
Kay, DM nephew Nigel on Instagram. We bring rice
I gotta
cooker
follow
to
him
your
on
house.
Instagram.
Cook egg fried rice together. What you think? What you think?
But like what, do a cooking lesson?
Yeah.
I don't hate that.
I offered on my channel.
And
My
she
channel's nowhere near the size of Uncle Roger's.
And she said no.
Well, she never got back to me.
Did she even see it?
Probably not.
Does she even notice?
No, she doesn't know of my existence, let alone our existence.
Okay.
She's better for it. She's in her happy place.
There is one video I want to show you of hers. I have it in mind. I'm not going to reveal it yet, but I want to hear from you. Let me know in the comments, what other Kay's cooking videos should we show Frenchie? Because there's a lot more we can show Frenchie than egg fried rice, although it has been fun.
Enough with the peas.
Hey, are you enjoying this content and want to stay up to date for the latest and greatest for all things Chef Brian Sal? Then you should join my mailing list. Why should you join the mailing list? Well, it's a sneak peek of things to come that I don't plug right away on the main channel. For example, those on the mailing list got to hear about my merch collab with Frenchie for our straight out of compliments to the chef tees. Don't miss out on news like the new So Ya Wanna Get Fat podcast.
Oh, my fucking neck.
You don't have to miss out again by signing up.
Oh,
Honestly, your data is
eye
safe
dropped.
and it's not being used for anything else except to keep you up to date with all things Chef Brian Sal. Be sure to visit the link in the description below and sign up for the mailing list today. Before we close out this episode, I do want to say thank you to all of my amazing patrons. Guys, thank you so much for your support. And remember, for the rest of you, by becoming a patron, you get to take advantage of some
fuck you.
perks like early access to new episodes, uncensored extended versions of certain episodes, and most importantly, patron exclusive content. Everyone, hope you enjoyed this video as much as we did making it.
Again, did not enjoy this video. That's 2 for 2 now. That I'm not enjoying. No.
Guys, don't be afraid to fail, cause it can only make you stronger. With that said, I'm Chef Brian Sal, not your typical chef.
Don't send me any peas. I'm not kidding.
That's Paul, Frenchie, the Animal, Denamiel, and we'll see you really soon.
Relax and connected to the
I like
world,
this commercial.
Like I am at the moment, okay? So just breathe in and
Channel, I thought that we had found the worst of the
So I'm a big fan of the show Breaking Points with Crystal and Sagar, but I think they're falling short recently around their coverage around the war in Israel. Again, been an avid listener to that podcast for quite a while. I'm a premium member, paying my $10 a month to support their work. And at baseline, I think what they're doing is really,
Yeah,
really
my
important.
RAM
Providing
is
an
fucking
independent
peaked.
source of news that's really willing to criticize anyone, which I think is incredibly valuable and clearly
I need to get more
really
RAM.
grown up, which is awesome, and I hope they continue to grow. Now, I have a feeling this video might reach a bit of a new audience. So my name is Preston Stewart. I make videos on YouTube and TikTok when they'll have me, which isn't always, about war, conflict, and national security subjects. One of the conflicts I've been spending a lot of time on recently is the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas. So I wanted to discuss what I think is kind of a shortcoming in the recent coverage on Breaking Points about the war in Israel and what I hope is a constructive manner here. So I thought about just writing an email, but decided on a video because I think this is an important conversation, one where I very well could be wrong or just viewing all of this entirely incorrectly, and I'm sure I'm going to hear about that in the comments if I am. So I figured I'd put this out publicly, maybe spark some conversation, and then I'm sure that I'll learn something personally throughout this whole process. I also need to say that, in my opinion, Breaking Points does a much better job across the board in all of their coverage than just about any other major media. So my nitpicks here are nothing in comparison to some of the larger outlets. But those big outlets, they're not going to change anytime soon, like at all. Whereas I want Breaking Points to continue to succeed. So I thought it was worth bringing some of these up. So there's two main items I want to focus on. One is how the fighting in Gaza is being presented, and the second is the conversation around genocide. So starting with the coverage around the fighting on the ground in Gaza, one of the reasons that I personally enjoy Breaking Points is that they so often present both sides of an issue and allow the listener or the viewer, if it's on YouTube, to come to their own conclusion, something that not very many outlets do. But in this conflict, the war in Gaza, it feels more and more like a decision has already been made and the information is being presented through that lens. So overall, I do think the hosts, the four people that present information at Breaking Points, they're people of integrity and are genuinely trying to present factual information every single day. But from the outside looking in, it just looks like emotions may have taken over with their coverage of what's coming out of Gaza, which is understandable. When you get into the realities of war, it's gross, it's tragic, it's devastating. Like, we can be really awful. And the worst of us as people comes out when you see what happens in warfare. An emotional reaction to that, to war, to conflict, that's normal. A lack of an emotional reaction to war is something to be concerned about. Now, I'm getting into a bit of a personal take here, which I guess this whole thing is kind of a personal take. But I do think we should do our best to recognize emotional attachment and how that might affect our mindset when presenting an audience with information. So the outrage that's coming through about what you're seeing in
The fuck am I? Shit. Hmm. Where's that scav that threw a grenade in? What was that loud boom? Really? Give me magnums. Nope. Wow, hip fire one shot. Did you see that? I need one more scav. Wait, was that over here? That was a dead scav in the middle of the road. Saw a dude run right over there. Why didn't I change my armor?
Gaza is
Bad
a good
thing
thing.
again.
The stories of
What
the
the
Palestinian
fuck?
civilians caught in the middle here are stories that need to be told, continue to be told. However, without
I don't like the fact that it's coming from over there. Fucking airplane. One more. Really? I need one scav before I exfil. That was stutter. Shit. One shot again.
The context that all of this is happening amidst an ongoing military operation can lead the viewer or listener to think that the Israeli military is just exclusively targeting Palestinian civilians. For example, Hamas claimed responsibility for 63 attacks against Israeli targets in the past 8 days, which they say included a missile barrage towards Tel Aviv. I mean, there's very much an ongoing war where the fighting is intense every single day, and regularly there are rockets being fired by Hamas into Israeli territory against civilian targets. Now, there's still a place to argue that the Israeli response is disproportional or their tactics are not in line with what we would expect from a modern military. You can still have those conversations and have those feelings, but when you leave out or kind of minimize the Hamas military activity in Gaza, it can really make it seem to the average viewer, average listener, that the Israeli military is just kind of rampaging through Gaza rather than actively fighting a war against an entrenched enemy.
Olisitte kyseessä uutiskenttä, lätkäkaukalo tai some, niin muistakaa pitää yhtä.
The second item I wanted to bring up is around the conversation related to genocide in Gaza. So I'm recording this video on January 12th, which is the day that Israel's presenting their defense against the genocide allegations at the International Court of Justice brought forward by South Africa. So we should hear in the next couple weeks if the court considers that there is plausibility that a genocide is being committed in Gaza, and if they do, then a full investigation will kick off, which is, of course, likely to take years. Now, there are a lot of strong opinions on this one, ranging from the extremes, really, on both ends, and of course, everyone is
in its design. Can you not read? In spite of only being revealed to the public in 1988, the Nighthawk, self-proclaimed fighter plane mafia, lied. They shared a similar experience. Some people stood by big armor boxes with guns in them, fascinating though they are. And instead, I spent many a night, pot of coffee in one hand, bottle of wine in the other. All right, more wine than coffee. All right, fine, I had a bottle of wine in both hands, okay? Point is, I ventured deeper and deeper into this weird-ass rabbit hole of a fairly recent history that so many people just don't seem to know about, despite happening literally just a few years ago. These men, this self-proclaimed fighter plane mafia, lied to the public for years, all to further their careers and financial gain, doing what so many children on the internet do by proclaiming they had some hand in developing some of America's most famed weapons. And they got completely away with it. Up until his death, Pierce Spray was still considered the lead designer of the A-10, the F-15, and even the F-16, in spite of being involved in none of these projects. John Boyd claimed he designed the F-15, and yet had almost nothing to do with it. I mean, yes, he was involved in a very early design spec phase, but his ideas were scrapped after the advent of the MiG-31, and the plane that would become the F-15 was completely redesigned from the ground up. Colonel James Burton would always proclaim that the Bradley was a work of Pentagon corruption, in spite of himself being arguably the most corrupt, career-motivated, and money-wasting element of the entire program. And Spiney got an award for his services to the government from the Pogo Foundation, the foundation he helped found. And all he did while still working at the Pentagon was to send over 500 emails to various people over the years, blasting them for their critique of the fighter plane mafia, several of which were sent to the editor of the Air Force magazine, in which he referred to
Almost
as
there.
intellectual slime, for daring to point out that in Spiney's report, where he claimed the defense budget of the United States was 5 times what it had been in Vietnam, shock horror, he had forgotten about inflation. And the one question I have constantly asked myself is why? Why have these men been allowed to get away with this shit for as long as they have? I mean, yes, the Air Force is still to a point obsessed with Boyd, even if it is just his fellow PowerPoint commandos, but surely there were higher-ups around at the time who would have known what he was saying was bullshit, knew he and Spray had absolutely nothing to do with the projects they claimed ownership of. Heck, when Pentagon Wars was published, and even when it was being converted into a film, the generals Burton was talking about were all still alive, and would have known damn fine he was nothing but a career monkey out for blood. So why say nothing? Why let the fighter plane mafia continue their bullshit rampage to the point where any private snafu, disillusioned from the propaganda trip that roped him into serving, genuinely believes the US military and the Pentagon are more corrupt and more self-serving than the fucking Kremlin? Now, I have a theory. Of course, it's just a theory. It sounds plausible, but ultimately, I have no idea if it's true or not. And considering it's about the US military, it could be just as equally true as it is untrue, or anywhere in between. Let me explain. After years of digging through archives, books, declassified reports, emails, and even opinion pieces by those around at the time in search for information about the fighter plane mafia and the true depths of this almost calm they've been running since the 50s, the name of a certain aircraft keeps popping up. Now, this aircraft, the reformers absolutely hate it. For years, they waged an intense war against it remaining in active service, and when it was finally retired, they celebrated it as a victory. You should, of course, know what it is, being as it's one of my favorite planes. Now, I know I say that a lot. I mean, I say that about almost every single plane I ever see. The Vulcan, for example, the Harrier, the MiG-29, The jet one has always stood out. I had a picture of one as a kid. I had models of the damn thing. I even had this big one you could stick little action figures in, and his bike came out the side. I don't know why it did that, but it did. I had a weird childhood where I played with dolls, but in my defense, they were action dolls with guns and stabby things and makeup you could put on. But it was action makeup for camouflage, you know, for jungles and swamps and the after party at the ambassadorial reception where you needed to look your best. Otherwise, you'd cause a diplomatic scandal, and no one wants that.
Slowing down at 3-in-1 Roller Extreme Action Man.
That plane, of course, was the F-117, the Nighthawk. My absolute favorite aircraft of all time, which you probably should know because it was in the title of the video. Were you thinking it was something else? Can you not read? In spite of only being revealed to the public in 1988, the Nighthawk became a symbol of the 80s and is quite
Shotguns
possibly the
level
most
3.
iconic aircraft of all time. There is nothing in the world that looks quite like it. It is instantly identifiable to even the most brain-dead of individuals. Even the ones who lurk on internet forums using the name and profile picture of some 1940s German general, arguing that the Challenger 2 cannot possibly be a good tank because the armor isn't sloped. Could potentially fire up the tattered remains of that one remaining brain cell, and with just a little bit of effort and quite a lot of energy drink, might just be able to identify this as an F-117 before launching into a rant about the heart and hoe, which I've already covered.
Oh, fuck
Granted,
me.
in a video that makes me sound like I'm recording it at the bottom of a well, because I recorded all of my old videos in a microphone that I stole from a karaoke bar. I was very poor back then. But I'm not covering it again, okay? But what is the F-117? Why is it important? Why do the reformers hate it so much? And what has it got to do with Pierre Spray and my theory? Well, the F-117 is a stealth fighter. I mean, we call it a fighter, but it doesn't do the actual fighting that you'd typically expect of a fighter plane. It doesn't, fight other fighters. Maybe not really. I mean, some former F-117 pilots have spoken about the plane having sidewinders on improvised rails and flying around at night trying to see if they can shoot something down, but, well, no records if they did that or not have ever been released to the public, so if or not that's true, well, your guess is as good as mine. So, it doesn't fight other planes. It was never designed to do it. So what does it fight? Well, this plane fights the ground. Or rather, what's on the ground.
Ikean ihanuudet kuuluvat joka kotiin. Siksi alensimme taas yli 400 suosikkituotteen hintaa. Ikea. Ihanaa olla kotona.
You see, for thousands of years, militaries have typically kept important things that they need on the ground. Things like barracks and ammo depots, and there's a good reason for this. It's cheap, it's there, and it avoids either having to build a large network of tunnels or mess around with the logistics of balloons. The ground is also where people live, and where their stuff is. And if you're the military of a country, your country's people and your country's stuff is typically what you're trying to stop other countries from stealing. So it's pretty good to have your military nearby in case that happens. Now, at some point, someone realizes planes are a thing. When you're in a plane, you could fight things that were on the ground, but because you weren't on the ground, and typically everything on the ground is designed to fight things that are also on the ground, it has a kind of hard time getting to you, who isn't on the ground. Now, this gives you a huge advantage. So a plane has
Huge
the amazing
advantage.
ability to fly over the ground and not have to deal with anything that was, say, in the way of like a regular army, like walls or trenches or minefields. And in fact, you could fly all the way past all that bullshit and fight things on the ground that typically weren't expecting to have to fight that day. Things like a factory, because a factory is a building that's on the ground, so it can't fight you, who is not on the ground. That gives you a huge advantage. Now, we have a word for things like that, which is bomber. So why is this a fighter and not a bomber? Why isn't it the B-117? Well, I looked into it, and the official explanation seems to be... No, seriously, there are theories. One theory, which seems to be the most plausible, is they recruited fighter pilots to fly these
That's the
things.
one I
Because
heard
it's a
when I was
single-seater.
young.
It flies like a fighter, which bomber pilots wouldn't be used to. And a fighter pilot might get upset if they had to degrade themselves to flying a bomber. Fighter pilots fly fighters. They don't fly bombers. Bombers are big and slow and don't do all the super cool maneuvers you see in Top Gun. Bombers aren't exciting. Now, fighters are exciting. Fighters can fight things that fight back, so it's far more noble and adventurous, unlike bombers who fight things that don't fight back, like buildings and civilians and
Except they do fight back because other fighters,
because fighters, bombers, and then transport. I mean, okay, there's a bit of an overlap. Like the pilots of MH6 Littlebirds, for example. Helicopter pilots are somewhat not super respected by the Air Force, notably because due to interdepartmental politics, they are mostly run by the Army, because the Army needed aircraft, and the Air Force decided that everything that was a plane was their jurisdiction. So if the Army needed close air support, they had to call the Air Force, who could turn around and say no. And the Army thought that was a stupid idea, so they built a flying machine that wasn't a plane, and this turned out to be a really good idea. But if I'm going to be 100% honest with you, having seen a Little Bird in action, these guys have half an inch of glass protecting their entire body from death. They have a minigun and like a rocket pod or something, and they just find the target and they fly in close to it. I mean, so close. If you're a guy in a trench and then a little bird's coming at you, they get so close you could reach in and punch the pilot. That's how close they get. And they come back with no ammo and the biggest smile on their face and just this trail of devastation and death behind them. An inch of glass, protecting their balls from a bullet. I would...
That's me on this bush. Hurry up. I didn't see those tracers. Probably right in front of the ramp or up there. That fight's over. Pretty sure. Yeah, they're inside now. That was good reflexes. Is that a scab? No. Damn headshot. Hip fire from the left. Fuck, there's two of them. Shit. Run, 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 run. fuck are they? God damn. God damn, man, these blasts are a bitch. Why is that there and that there? There, now he died. Slug reached him. The other one's over there somewhere. There's another one? There's one out there too. My God, how fast is it? Cheater! Cheater! Fucking cheater! Fucking cheater! That motherfucker was brr, 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 cheater. That wasn't a scav, that was a cheater. Definite. Fucking 100%.
Don't want to fuck with any of these guys. Anyway, I'm rambling. So the F-117 is not a fighter, it's a bomber. It's labeled as a fighter, but it doesn't do what fighters do. It do what bombers do. So what does the stealth part mean? Well, stealth, in lieu of any nonsensical, overly detailed explanation as given by various fancy dictionaries and websites, is the art of not being seen. If you can't be seen, the enemy can't shoot at you. This is why the F-117 is black and flies at night. Night is dark. You can't see very well in the dark, especially if what you're looking for is also dark. Only the superior American mind could think of such things. Okay, it's more than that. It's not stealthy because they.
He was just
This is going to take some time.
no armor, nothing. That motherfucker was cheating.
Stealth important.
It's sing-along time. You know the words. Come on, sing with us.
Since the 1950s,
That
the
was
development
bullshit,
of
man.
aircraft
That
focused
was
largely around the
that was
deployment of nuclear
bullshit.
bombs, dropped from very long-range bombers, which were expected to operate well outside the range of surface weapons, which at the point were largely big guns that could put objects from the ground into the air, where planes are, and planes don't typically like that. But those guns had maximum ranges of maybe 25,000 feet. A modern bomber could fly at 40,000 feet and above, meaning these guns were pretty much useless. If you wanted to hit something that high up with a gun, you'd need a really, really big gun, like an impractically sized gun. And then bombers could just fly higher. So what was the point? Everything was built around the logic that bombers were king. The bomber would always get through no matter what. This led to such wonderful trains of thought, mostly from certain members of the US Air Force, that other divisions of the US military, mostly the Army, were completely unnecessary.
bullshit.
The Air Force could bomb any threat into total submission. Therefore, the US Army doesn't need that huge budget. Wouldn't it be great if the Air Force had it instead? Think of what we could build. This ideology came to a crashing halt when, in 1960, the Soviets shot down a U-2 spy plane that had been flying at an altitude of 70,000 feet, presumed to be well above the altitude that Soviet fighters could fly at. And technically, it was. The U-2 was not shot down by a fighter. It had been shot down by a surface-to-air system, a missile. And like many things in the US military, this caused an argument. In fairness, the writing had been on the wall for quite some time that something like this would happen. Joint war games of the Brits had found the English Electric Lightning could not only easily intercept U-2 spy planes, but even exceed them in flight ceiling when pushed. It was blatantly obvious that the days of nuclear bombers were numbered, but a close-knit group within the ranks of the Air Force, dubbed
That
the
was
Bomber Mafia,
bullshit,
ignored the
dude.
signs. After the U-2 incident, the
That
Air Force
was
would separate into two
bull
separate camps. One side
shit.
believed that fighter bombers would be the future of the Air Force, and those who believed in the separation of bombers and fighters, and that fighters should remain a dedicated air superiority role. Over the years, those two camps would slowly start to dominate thinking within the Pentagon, and oddly enough, both were equally justified. The U-2 incident had caused major concerns within the minds of the first group. They believed air superiority could never be achieved unless ground-based anti-air systems could also be taken out, without the need of large bombers. But the second group believed that the inclusion of equipment required to facilitate a ground attack role would compromise the fighter's ability to, well, fight. Heavy equipment on a plane could compromise speed and maneuverability, and in a dogfight, if you couldn't maneuver, if you couldn't get your speed up, you were dead. And in fairness, they had a point. This was the 1960s. Ground attack meant heavy rocket pods and bombs and cannons. Not really something you want on a fighter plane. Now, the two sides would eventually agree to compromise, and the resulting aircraft would be the F-15. A topic for another video because, you know, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But while all this was going on, there was a problem about what to do with all these bombers. In the USSR, development had begun to shift away from bombers and more towards long-range ballistic missiles, and the US was looking to do the same. And this kind of had a knock-on effect. Most notably, a large supercarrier called the United States class, designed to carry and launch nuclear-armed bombers, was cancelled. This led to a revolt within the Naval Admiralty and cemented the feud between the Navy and the Air Force, because though the Navy's bomber fleet was axed, the Air Force's was not. The Bomber Mafia were still too strong an influence within the walls of the Pentagon, and they were not going to accept the decommissioning of the nuclear bomber fleet, even though now it was theoretically useless. But even then, their influence was dwindling. The ideology of the bomber will always get through was now being seriously questioned. And with the Bomber Mafia ruling the roost for so long, sub-factions within the Air Force, sensing weakness, were starting to circle like sharks. In order to stay on top, the Bomber Mafia needed to keep the idea of long-range bombers relevant. And the suggestion on how to tackle this problem came from a very unexpected place. Looking for a cheaper solution than expensive long-range missile systems, Britain had tested the idea of flying bombers at low altitudes. Now, only one of their bombers could actually do this, the Vulcan. The other two bombers in the V fleet were built for high-altitude maneuvers, and operating for too long at low altitude caused serious fatigue on the hull. But the Vulcan was different. It was able to keep low, and its design meant it was somewhat difficult to keep track of on older radar systems. The Brits began training Vulcan crews on how to navigate at low altitude. It was re-equipped with stronger wings, terrain-following radar, and larger air intakes, and though it never been designed for such a role, and many higher-ups in the British military doubted it would have ever worked. During trials and exercises, the low-altitude Vulcan proved fairly successful. The bomber mafia took note of this. They could develop a new bomber that was capable of low-altitude attacks, and the project would be saved. Now this is where things start to get weird. The Navy's rebellion had been largely successful. While they didn't end up with the United States bomber carrier design, they did end up with the Forrestal, probably the most iconic of America's carriers, with the last one finally being decommissioned in 1998. But the Navy wanted their own nuclear bomber. This was entirely a political move to remain competitive when it came to funding, so not wanting another rebellion on their hands, Congress agreed, and the Navy ended up with the A3D Sky Warrior. Well, originally they had the AG Savage, which wins points for style, but was so heavy and cumbersome that it couldn't fit onto most carriers. Everyone hated it, and it was found that if it did drop an A-bomb, the plane wasn't fast enough to outrun the blast. So it was basically a suicide mission, which incidentally most people are not particularly fond of. So the Sky Warrior became the way forward. Now the Air Force saw this, got jealous, and wanted their own, so they asked for a ground-based variant of the Sky Warrior. And in theory, this would have been an easy conversion. Add in ejector seats, take off the hooks, and remove the reinforced struts needed for carrier landings. But because the Air Force was the Air Force and the Navy wouldn't share, this conversion took far longer and was far more expensive than it should have been. And though visually similar, the resulting B-66 destroyer was completely different in almost every respect. But then, as is quite typical of the time period, the Soviets did a thing. The thing in question was the Tu-16. A long-range twin-engine jet bomber. Now, the Navy started to become a little bit concerned by the Tu-16. It believed that these bombers were fast, in fact so fast, by the time the radar of a ship had detected them, their interceptors wouldn't have enough time to, well, intercept them. And it was very possible that if the Soviets launched these nuclear-armed bombers against the carrier fleet, then there was little the fleet could actually do to stop them. They needed a solution. The result for the Navy was the F-16 Missileer. Now again, this was not a fighter. It was not designed to dogfight or attack other fighters. It was built to fight bombers. Thus, it was built to fly high, be slow, but importantly, stick around for a long time in the same area and wait for the bombers to come to them, and then shoot them down with a very novel idea: a long-range radar-guided missile. Now, this pisses a lot of people off, mostly the Air Force, since intercepting bombers is supposed to be their job, and they don't have a shiny new missile plane to do it, so they want their own one. But the Missileer doesn't have a gun, so when it runs out of missiles, it has no choice but to go home, to a carrier that's about to be nuked. This defies convention. Since missiles are new, many see them as a bit of an expensive fad, an unreliable wonder weapon. And again, this is the 1960s. They were kinda right. In order to get a lock-on with its missiles, the Missileer had to get within visual range of the target, and then drop out of visual range before firing to give the missile enough time to activate. Now, this wasn't technically a fault of the system. The Missileer could lock on and fire at things it couldn't see. It was a fault of doctrine. Beyond visual range combat wasn't really a thing. And since radars of the time couldn't really identify exactly what it was looking at, there was a slight chance the fast, large flying jet bomber you were looking at was actually one of those new jet airliners that were becoming all the rage. So the pilot had to visually identify the target before firing. But a lot of people, most notably the reformers, who like to smugly state this fact at any presented opportunity, tend to forget about that bit. Now, as per usual, this caused something of an argument, and into that argument steps one Robert McNamara.
Mitäs jos oot taru, vaan se on totta? Se kaikki tapahtuu nyt uudestaan.
Kauankohan mä näen ennen kuin kaikki kääntyy toisiaan vastaan.
Uuteen. 18. tammikuuta alkaen ruudussa.
McNamara is a character that deserves a video all on his own, but there are better people working on that, so I'll skip the majority of the politics that surround him. McNamara was a bit of a maverick, in that he did what he wanted, and he liked to piss off the top brass as much as physically possible. Because of this, most of the good he did never received due credit, and instead he went down in history as the stupid person you giggle at in your podcast when you're talking about Vietnam. Needless to say, talking to almost any Air Force veteran about him will encourage wrath. But regardless of what you think of him, McNamara stepped into a position mission to find 3 branches of the same military all fighting each other. They all had their own designations for things, their own way of doing things. No one wanted to share, there was almost no standardization, and everyone thought they could easily win any war if the other 2 branches would kindly stop hogging all the funding and let them build a Death Star. McNamara looked at the Missileer and found the concept to be needlessly outdated and expensive. I mean, it was basically replacing an early warning radar system with a plane that needed fuel and had a pilot who would be sat circling for hours until the next plane came along to replace him. It was a huge cost of manpower and resources. But on top of that, the Air Force's own bomber fleet was not exactly up to modern standards. The B-47 Stratojet, though one of the most drop-dead gorgeous aircraft in the world, fight me on that, had the tendency to blow up in midair, all by itself. And for reasons completely unknown to the Air Force at the time, McNamara decided that this was problematic. What he wanted was a cheaper solution in the form of a joint aircraft, a single plane that could fulfill the needs of both the Air Force and the Navy, one that was interchangeable and would only require slight modification. Now that in itself was never going to be easy, and most people today just aren't aware of how bad the inter-force rivalry was between the 3 main branches. Individual generals held a lot of influence and power, and their ability to move funds around for personal projects would make today's Russian oligarchs weep for joy. They would even initiate projects just to spite other branches, an example being the A-10, which started life as a spite project because the Air Force didn't want to use a Navy design, and the F-14 because the Navy didn't want to use an Air Force design, and the Comanche stealth attack helicopter because the Army wanted to do everything by itself. Getting all these people together in a room to agree on a single aircraft was somewhat akin to having Margaret Thatcher and Jerry Adams shake hands. The required jet, according to the Air Force and Navy, would need to be capable of going supersonic, be equipped with advanced missile systems, be capable of dropping nukes, operate from carriers, perform surveillance missions, interceptions, regular patrols, strategic bombing, and electronic warfare, as well as be able to maneuver at both high and low altitudes. Now this was problematic. To cut the long and very boring science lesson short, the air is thick. The faster you go, the more it pushes back, and thus the more powerful an engine you need to maintain speed, and thus the more fuel you'll consume. So you need big wings that create a lot of downforce, because the more downforce you have, the more lift you have, and the faster, I'm simplifying, but bear with me, you will theoretically turn. Get that mixture wrong and you end up with the Lockheed F-104 Starfighter, the worst plane ever made. Do not worry, I will get to that. We'll all get to that. The problem with building a plane like this is sometimes planes need to go high, and the higher up you are, the thinner the air gets. Up there, having big air-breathing engines is not a good idea. There's just not enough air to feed them. They tend to get very hot and do things like melt or catch fire. And though you can fly faster with much less fuel, those big wings you have are going to cause so much drag that if you attempt to maneuver in the same way at that speed, they're going to snap off. What you want is swept back wings, but that offers low maneuverability at low altitudes and can make the aircraft very unstable at low speeds. This is the big problem that fighter aircraft designers are always faced with. What altitude do you design your planes to operate in, high or low? If you get it wrong, you end up with the Falkland scenario, where the British Air Force and Harriers, designed for low altitude operations, absolutely kicked the ass out of the Argentinian Air Force, who had things like the Mirage 3, high altitude fighters, who got outmaneuvered when they tried to engage the British at low altitude. Now, there are ways around this. Typically, high altitude aircraft have an advantage over low altitude simply because of height and the ability to dive bomb an opponent. But when you have a bomber attempting to fly around radar sites and mountains, having an ability to remain maneuverable at low altitude is not an advantage you can afford to lose. So what the fuck do you do here? Well, many ideas are proposed. The Air Force considered a plane that could be held within a larger plane, and then detach its supersonic shell to go subsonic when needed. This would be a waste of material and would leave parts of an expensive plane all across a foreign power's territory. So the Navy came up with an idea of having a plane that could transform instead, folding its wings back into itself to create a sort of wedge shape that would allow it to remain maneuverable and fast at high altitude. And as very typical, that's when the arguments began. The Navy wanted their own plane that could carry huge fuel loads without the need for external pods. They also didn't want ejector seats because those were an Air Force thing. Instead, they wanted an escape pod, which they actually got. The Air Force wanted the aircraft to be thinner and have tandem seating with 2 separate radar displays. The Navy wanted side-by-side seating so the pilots could share a radar screen. The Navy wanted it to go Mach 2, the Air Force Mach 2.3. The Air Force demanded it handle 7G, and the Navy wanted this preposterously huge radar put into it. On and on this went. numerous companies attempting to entertain both sets of designs, and almost all were rejected. Outside of Boeing, Boeing had created a design that, in some bizarre miracle, both branches liked. It did everything they both wanted it to do, but then McNamara came in, and he didn't like it. The problem with Boeing's concept was that it shared very little components between the Air Force and the Navy's design. It was effectively two separate aircraft, which would limit the ability for both branches to standardize. This was not what he wanted, so he told them to try again, and again, and again. And in spite of finally having committee approval, in spite of having both branches ready to shake hands on Boeing's design, McNamara instead chose the design of General Dynamics. This turned out to be a good thing, because in 1964, General Dynamics would achieve perfection.
Alensimme taas yli 400 suosikkituotteen hintaa. Ikea. Ihanaa olla kotona.
F-111 was one of the most successful bombers of its day, and the reformers absolutely hated it. Yes, this was an F-111 video the entire time. I pulled a sneaky on you. The reformers believed that aircraft didn't need radar or fancy electronics, that precision bombing was just a fantasy, and that missiles were unreliable wonder weapons that could never beat the gun and the clever pilot. But the F-111 proved otherwise. Its ability to strike at targets with laser precision earned it the nickname the Air Assassin. In fact, it was so good at precision bombing, it would beat the reformers' champion, the A-10 Warthog, at the one thing it was designed to do: tank busting. In fact, during Operation Desert Storm, it would fly more sorties and rack far more kills than any other plane. In fact, the F-111s were switched to a tank hunting role in order to compensate for the poor performance of the A-10s. The F-111s could operate at night, which was not something the A-10s could do. They could fly in bad weather, which was not something the A-10s could do. And they had the uncanny ability to recognize the difference between an Iraqi truck and a British scimitar tank. Again, not something the A-10 could do. This infuriated the reformers, who tried to label it the pig, fat and slow, something F-111 pilots would wear as a badge of honor, officially adopting the name F-111 Aardvark in 1996. Sorry, F-111 Aardvark. You happy? I said it. And though the reformers have done a successful job at thrashing the reputation of the F-111, it was not a plane without its faults. It was expensive, and it was considered by ground crews to be an absolute maintenance nightmare. In fact, it's no surprise when the F-111 was finally retired, the suicide rates among ground crew chiefs dropped significantly. But was it really as bad as the reformers claimed? Well, technically, no. In fact, the reformers struggled for years to find ways to criticize it, so simply resorted to making stuff up. Their smoking gun was the failure of the F-111B, the Sea Pig. The Navy eventually refused to adopt the F-111 after deciding they no longer needed a tactical nuclear-capable strike bomber, and instead what they needed was a tactical nuclear-capable strike fighter. Remember those factions that were arguing at the Pentagon over fighter bombers and dedicated fighters? By now they had come to an agreement to build the F-15, but the Navy didn't like this. The Air Force had brought in John Boyd, one of the more famous members of the Reformers Club, to help them design an aircraft based on all the ridiculous specifications that had been proposed. Now, I've never seen those specifications. They do exist in an archive somewhere, along with what I'm told is plans for an F-111 with podded engines, which sounds absolutely hilarious, but I can't get into that archive unless I am a serving member of the US military. Most military archives in the US are either closed, open only to military personnel, or so underfunded, understaffed, and badly organized that trying to find anything in them is like trying to find an exceptionally small piece of hay in an impossibly large-sized pile of needles. This is why I laugh when people tell me, "Oh, I've been to an archive, actually," because they think it's like a library and everything's organized. They're not expecting to be led into something akin to the backrooms and pointed to a large pile of cardboard boxes all stacked on top of each other, some of which are inevitably damp and contain more dead flies and should be legally allowed. So, if any 4-star generals are watching this and feel generous enough to grant me an advisory position that gives me a service rank and a DoD card so I can visit these archives, that would be greatly appreciated. It also means I can technically apply for US citizenship for when I'm old and retired, because apparently you can buy a house in Alaska that's 200 miles from any known civilization, and that sounds quite pleasant if I'm honest. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so Boyd is dragged into the F-15 program. I'll talk about that in detail on a different day, but needless to say the plane Boyd and the rest of the reformers proposed, dubbed Project Redbird, had no missile payload and very little fuel. This was accepted at the time as the Air Force had been made development head of the project, and thus the F-15 was dictated as Air Force needs first, modified to naval needs later. This caused the Navy to walk out on the program, and now hating the Air Force even more, decided they needed their own high-speed jet interceptor capable of ground attack with a variable geometry wing. The F-111 simply wasn't designed to be a fighter. It had never been part of the original specifications, so the Navy canned it and would go on to build the F-14. The reformers saw this as their smoking gun. The Navy had dumped the expensive can't dogfight flying pig and gone for the more sleek dogfighter jet with a gun. Of course, and yes, I am fully aware the F-14 has a lot of fans who are very dedicated and can write an extravagantly long paragraphs faster than I can breathe, so I'm just digging my own grave at this point. The F-14 wasn't all sunshine and roses. Fans of the F-14 tend to gloss over the early periods in which it was essentially just an expensive hangar queen. It was maintenance heavy, notoriously unreliable, and had a worse turning circle than the F-4 Phantom, an aircraft with a famously bad turning circle. But the thing is, the F-14 didn't need to be super maneuverable. In Iran, when it did encounter those highly maneuverable jet fighters that could dogfight like the reformers wanted, it won every single time. And not by outmaneuvering them, not by outturning them or using its gun, but because it could perform over-the-horizon attacks, striking at an enemy who weren't even aware they were being targeted. The reformers touted the F-14 because to them it was an agile gunfighter which proved that missiles and radar were dumb and expensive and that air battles were decided by turning circles in a dogfight. But in reality, the F-14 proved the exact opposite. The F-14 was a long-range missile assassin. Even in red flag operations with international partners, NATO pilots would confess fearing a fight with the F-14 because it meant being hit by something you didn't know was there at a range you couldn't fire back at. And so it is with the F-111. Everything the reformers hated about it was because it didn't need to be what they thought it should be. It didn't need to be maneuverable. It didn't need to have the pilots visually identify the target by looking at the ground. It didn't need to carry a shitload of bombs to destroy a single target. It didn't need a long loiter time or a titanium bathtub to protect the crew against people with guns shooting up at it. It could fly fast, it could fly low, and it could strike a target with pinpoint precision, wiping out anything from buildings, tanks, factories, and fortified positions with a single bomb, and then hightailing it out of there before the enemy could return fire. It was everything the modern bomber needed to be, and it proved that precision bombing wasn't a fantasy, it was the future. But the march of time goes on. With improving technology, it was becoming somewhat obvious that even the idea of low-flying bombers would soon be obsolete. Look-down, shoot-down radar was fast becoming a thing. A radar system which, when mounted onto a high point or an aircraft, could effectively screen out ground clutter, and anything traveling close to the ground, under the radar, so to speak, that got caught in this radar sight, would effectively be lit up like a Christmas tree. The system had been around since the late 60s, and now with its widespread adoption, including by the Soviets, the idea of flying low to avoid radar was quickly becoming a thing of the past. The F-111 was still a vastly superior bomber compared to its contemporaries, but the lessons learned from its use had been learned. Cheaper aircraft could now deliver the same bombs with the same precision. The one thing the F-111 had been good at, flying low and fast, was no longer a trait exclusive to it. Although it would continue as a bomb truck, the Aardvark was solely regulated to high-speed reconnaissance and electronic warfare. But even then, the maintenance cost of the aircraft was so vast, the fleet was allegedly sucking up around 25% of the Air Force's total maintenance budget. It would be retired from US service in 1993, with the last of the F-111 still flying for the Australian Air Force until 2010. But the bomber wasn't dead. The problem had just become even more complicated. If you could have a plane that can sit high up directing radar beams at the ground and can spot aircraft flying low, and a regular radar keeping track of anything flying high, how do you get a bomber through without being detected? I mean, yes, you can take advantage of terrain and fly through mountain passes and riverbeds, where even look-down radar has its limitations, but you can't always rely on the enemy having a neat little line of mountain passes leading directly to the target you want to bomb. Or if they do, being naive enough to not suspect you probably use it to bomb them, and either be patrolling it aggressively or have some sort of early warning system in place. Effectively, you need another solution. And I know you've been ever so patient as this video drives 20 miles away from the point and then kicks you out the car and tells you to walk back, but that is where our humble little F-117 finally comes in. Remember that? Remember what I was talking about before I started rambling? God, I am a terrible YouTuber. So, the question was, why is stealth? Well, stealth is the solution to the next problem. If you can't avoid radar, make something radar can't see. Simple. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? Well, no, it's lemon lemon difficult lemon. Radar can be tuned to detect something as small and as soft as a bird, which is essentially just a ball of feathers and anger. And if you can't hide a bird from radar, how do you hide a plane? Well, thankfully, in the 1940s, dates differ on who you ask, Lockheed, a company who builds planes, was approached by the American government and asked if they could build a plane. Now, normally, this wouldn't be a problem. Lockheed is really good at building planes. In fact, there's this big plane right outside their building to remind you that is what they do. But the plane the US wanted was a weird one. It didn't have any propellers. They wanted a jet plane. This was weird because the US military had spent most of the 1930s claiming the idea of jet engines was a fad. They were unreliable, too mechanically complex, and too fuel-hungry to ever work. And then the Americans went on a fact-finding mission to Britain. Apparently, they were looking to buy the Mosquito, though some sources do differ. During the meeting, one American general leaned over to one of the engineers and chuckled, "You know, some people say we should be investing in jet engines." To which the engineer replied, "You should. You want to see ours?" And did that happen? I don't know. Probably not exactly like that. But the Americans got to see the Gloucester E-2839, Britain's experimental jet plane. And immediately, they bought one. And then they took it to Lockheed and said, "What can you do with this? Take the engine out, get rid of all this British shit, and make it more American. We want you to build us an all-American jet fighter." And Lockheed gently patted the general on the head and said, "Sure, we'll get right on that, sir." The problem was, Lockheed was busy making money. They were building planes. They were actually building planes for the British at the time, and they didn't feel like wasting all their money and some of their best engineers chasing a prototype for a plane that might never be built. It was madness. So what Lockheed did was it drove around America in a van collecting every sort of mentally unstable genius they could find. If you'd ever been questioned by the authorities for building a nuclear reactor in your bedroom when you were 12, if you'd built a rocket and tried to launch your old school hamster into space, if you were the kind of person who spent all their time building paper airplanes, obsessing over the design until they could fly hundreds of meters away, and then pick them up and ran through your house making noises while in your 30s, then Lockheed was rapidly approaching your location. They took all these aircraft engineers with questionable levels of sanity, dumped them into a circus tent, painted a large cartoon animal on the front, and watched to see what they would do. And thus, Lockheed Skunk Works was born. The aircraft they would produce included the P-38, the P-80, the U-2 spy plane, the SR-71, the D-21, the F-22, the F-35, the Sea Shadow, the whatever the fuck this thing is, and apparently a fusion reactor, because they had to save money on their electricity bill. Seriously. Go America. The general insanity of whatever comes out of Skunk Works is well known and highly revered, so if anyone was going to crack the radar problem, it was Skunk Works. And thankfully, they had been tinkering with the idea since the 1950s. Now this is where things get fucky. Skunkworks apparently doesn't have much luck in designing a stealth aircraft. They hope the idea potentially could be possible and they have some theories, but they can't quite work it out. And then one of them discovers a scientific paper, which basically unlocks the whole thing. Now, what this paper was is a subject of some debate, and I'm going to cover that for a second because it has all the hallmarks of some major fucky-wucky. The name I hear a lot is Russian scientist Peter Rekt, whose name I'm definitely saying wrong. It's the name that comes up a lot in documentaries, and it's the one mentioned by Thad Darger, a former pilot of the F-117, when he's going over the history of the plane. Coincidentally, it's also the name cited by Wikipedia. The source for that name appears to be, well, himself. The other name is Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell. This is the one cited by the Stealth Fighter Association, a non-profit organisation that documents the history of specifically the F-117, holds reunions for its pilots, and whose board of directors includes former pilots, engineers and maintenance personnel. So on one hand, a scientist on the USSR who published his paper in the USSR, whom Skunkworks would not have been able to see until the late 90s, long after the plane was built, as cited by a dodgy source on the Internet Encyclopedia that anyone can edit, and is famous for being wrong precisely because anyone can edit it, or the work of a Scottish mathematician who died in 1879, long before the invention of both radar and aircraft. Now, Scotland does have a long list of inventions, some of which include the telephone, the steam engine, the fax machine, the kaleidoscope, penicillin, television, cloning, the MRI scanner, refrigeration, disposable contact lenses, the ATM, the flushing toilet, vacuum flasks, fingerprinting, comic books, and the concept of time itself, but I don't honestly believe Scotland was building stealth bombers in 1879. Or were they? No, the work being cited is Maxwell's dynamic theory of electromagnetic fields, which talks about how magnetic fields travel through the air at the speed of light in waves, and the shape of those waves can mean different things. Unfortunately, he used a lot of big words that I don't understand, and I fell asleep while trying to read it, but basically the man discovered electromagnetic and radio waves. He is also considered one of the most intelligent men who ever lived, is the father of electrical engineering, special relativity, and quantum mechanics, and just for fun, one summer invented the color photograph. Albert Einstein considered him a mentor. He was also hilariously arrogant and didn't enjoy the company of anyone he thought was dumber than him, which when you are the smartest man alive is pretty much everyone. Yes, he's basically Scottish Rick Sanchez.
Morty! Get in the car, Morty! Get in the car!
Don't think too hard on that one. That said, the work of Peter Imtsev cannot be discredited because of a source on Wikipedia was a bit dodgy. The man was also a genius and was born at a time where radar and planes existed. His work specifically cites the reflection of electromagnetic waves. His work was supposedly published internationally because it was not considered by the Soviets to have any real military value. Boy, were they wrong. And since realizing their mistake, Russia has thrown almost every scientific award they can think of at the man's feet and have proudly added stealth technology to the list of Russian inventions, which I'm taking away from them because, as I'll remind you, the rule is it's who builds it first and gets it working, not comes up with the idea. So, which one of these guys should get credit for being the father of modern stealth? Well, none of them. Maxwell was a genius, but the work cited as a number of ciphers predicting how electromagnetic waves would react under certain circumstances. It was Skunkworks who deciphered them. Imtsev was equally as brilliant, but his work was about radio wave reflections, not about stealth planes. It was Skunkworks who figured out how his theories could be applied to modern aircraft. It was Ed Martin, it was Ben Rich, it was Bill Schrodinger, it was Dennis Overhauser, as well as a number of other
So, what do we have here?
Отъебашь его! Убыть!
They're uncredited engineers who put it all together and figured it all out, not anyone else. The work of Maxwell and Yutsev may have laid the foundations, but they alone did not invent.
La. Oh, fuck. La. I had it muted. Be right back. Dog needs to go out. Iso kakka? Tara. Tara haluaa? Ei? Tuli ulos? Tara kirjoitti tyttö. Nikotin. Tuliko Tara? Tuliko menet iso kakka?
Stealth aircraft. And I know that seems like a meaningless rant, but honestly, I felt like it was important to just get that out there. History can be a bit weird like this. Anyway, I'm rambling again.
Shouldn't survival rate be like 50%? No, because it's, 90 altogether.
Eipä kyllä olisi osannut odottaa. Paiman sattuessa LähiTapiolan henkivakuutus turvaa läheistesi toimeentuloa.
I certainly hope you dance as well as you dress.
There's only one way to find out.
Oh, shut up.
So Skunkworks have got this idea that they could possibly build a plane that could go undetected by radar, solving the problem of the bomber not getting through. But Lockheed don't fund random fantasies, so onto the shelf it goes. Up until about 1975, when McDonnell Douglas thinks they've cracked it. They propose to the Pentagon that they can build a plane that is radar invisible. Now DARPA get excited. This is exactly what they've been looking for. So they propose to several companies if they can build it, then they will helicopter in a shipping container full of cash from the black budget, which means it's tax-free. Now, McDonnell Douglas eventually drop out, claiming they just couldn't design or build the required aircraft, leaving just Northrop and Lockheed in the race, and both come up with competing designs. Now, the story behind Lockheed's design is famous enough. Most people probably know it by name, and if you said hope was diamond, you were wrong. In fact, the history of the project is largely incorrect. According to DARPA themselves, in this wonderfully colourful poem they wrote, "A moth disappears against the bark of the tree of which it has landed. An octopus vanishes its skin, assuming the pattern and texture of its surroundings. That stealth of an ancient and biological kind." I mean, whatever. Lockheed was not actually invited to take part. DARPA were not allowed to talk to Lockheed because of their work on the SR-71, and it wasn't until much later that they were finally granted permission by the CIA
haven't I sold
that they
that?
learned that Lockheed had been tinkering with something and got them involved. You'll want to seriously drop to your knees and thank every god you know and every star you see that they did this.
Okay.
Because as each one of those other companies dropped out, unable to crack it, only Northrop were able to build a working stealth plane, and it looked like this. The single ugliest aircraft ever made by man. And I include in that the Fairy Garnet. The Northrop Tactic Blue, nicknamed the Whale, was originally not a bomber, but a surveillance aircraft designed to replace the U-2 spy plane. And as you might expect, it flew like a brick. Attached to a cow, attached to an even bigger, angrier brick. With this at the helm, the advent of stealth would have been a generation of aircraft that looked like the magic school bus.
Gee, Miss Frizzle, I sure hope this is just a regular school trip.
No, cats, we're going to recon military targets in Kosovo! I digress. The stealth whale wouldn't make it.
Why would it
production.
bleed
Northrop was flying
through?
every day for about 2 years as if to try and prove it could fly and had its uses, but the Army would never adopt it. It now sits at the National Museum of the United States Air Force at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base near Dayton, Ohio.
La la la.
Hangar 4, if you're interested.
Yeah, I think
and
that's
to be
better.
fair to Northrop, the technology developed for it and the lessons learned in its use and its construction were later further developed into the B-2 Spirit, which took the concepts developed by the F-117 and ramped it up to 11. But getting back on topic, Lockheed have just been given the promise of a shitload of money and getting to kick their market rival Northrop in the shins. And best of all, their insane asylum disguised as an aircraft factory skunk works was getting bored of the SR-71 and were kicking around
It
looking
doesn't
for
help
things
when
to
you're
do.
doing shit
When skunk
in
works
between
gets
raids,
bored,
so you
that's when
can't
you
hear
start
where
worrying.
gunshots
So,
are.
a shiny new project that should take them years of pissing around time should do just the trick. And what do you mean you've already built something? It took Skunk Works
I'm
a
sorry,
little
but I
over a
think
year
I've run into a
to
few
produce a
teasers
model.
today.
The project was called
Well, that
Harvey,
one guy
after the
was
1950s
definitely
film Harvey, about a giant rabbit that only the lead character could see. But after a long discussion and quite a lot of coffee, Lockheed were able to convince Skunk Works to build a plane as opposed to a giant invisible rabbit, and thus work began. That's not actually true. According to Jack Twigg, the former project manager of the Half Blue project, the codename Harvey was completely made up by the Pentagon. No one on the project ever referred to it as such. Though I'd already written that joke by the time I learned that, so I wasn't going to change it. Because, goddamn, that was funny, right? I laughed! Stop judging me! In a book written by Ben Rich, who was the head of Skunk Works in 1975, no one in Lockheed even knew that DARPA was putting out contracts for stealth planes until their in-house Soviet weapons expert literally blew the door down and told them all about it. He'd learned because the other companies DARPA had invited to compete in the contract, Fairchild and Grumman, had bowed out, but General Electric was causing a stink because they claimed they could do it with electromagnetic waves. General Electric were attempting to build a cloaking device with magnets. Go America. Either way, their engineers blabbed, and for some reason DARPA didn't think that the idea they were putting out contracts for stealth planes should be kept top secret. So the hobbyist community started to learn about it, and then they started coming up with ideas on what it would look like, which eventually evolved into what is widely considered to be the first ever true meme of non-credible defense, the F-19. Which you can still buy models of. It's one of the best-selling models of all time. Journalists used to take models of it to the press conferences and be like, we can buy models of it, why can't you just admit that it's real? Which I completely understand. I mean, I can buy all these models of Catboys everywhere, and yet NASA still refuses to tell me where the portal to the Catboy dimension is, no matter how many letters I send. Why won't you tell me, NASA? What are you hiding from me? Either way, Lockheed were now in the race. And now, we finally get to the part that everybody knows after... Jesus, how long have I been rambling? Why are you subscribed to me? I am an awful YouTuber, seriously. Bill Schrodinger was able to sketch out a design for an aircraft that Skunk Works believed would have a low radar signature, which took advantage of something called faceting, a method which, rather than absorb or nullify radar signatures, deflected them away from the return path of enemy radar, meaning that array never got a return signal, and thus should see nothing. With this sketch, they ran the design through Lockheed's computers, trying to mathematically work out the most optimal angles. This was then converted into a model which was called the Hopeless Diamond. Dubbed that for the regular engineers at Lockheed hated its angular shape. They liked smooth, curved surfaces. This thing was all flat and angular and something aerodynamics. So they believed that A, it wouldn't work, and B, it wouldn't fly. So they set up a big pole, put the plane on top, and fired a radar beam at it. After a bit of adjusting, they got a return on the pole, and then finally, the plane popped up on radar. It gave a weak return, roughly the size of a bird, but for some reason, the plane was appearing several feet above the pole. The eyes of every engineer slowly turned to look at the model, and there was a bird perched on top of it. The plane was completely invisible to radar. DARPA would test both designs, and though promising, Northrop's design was not completely as stealthy as advertised. At certain angles, it was detectable, and DARPA had concerns that the engineers working on the project were unexperienced on working under top-secret protocols. This was not a concern for Lockheed. This demonstration model passed every test and was subsequently declared the winner. The project was dubbed Half Blue, and finally top-secret protocols were put in place, officially making it a black project. In 1988, it was finally revealed to the public, and thus the legend of the Nighthawk was born. And then the argument began.
Ikean ihanuudet kuuluvat joka kotiin. Siksi alensimme taas yli 400 suosikkituotteen.
The F-117 was a bomber that, in reality, did not exactly improve on the ideology of what a bomber is. For all rights and purposes, the F-111 was vastly superior in terms of bombing capability, and the reformers would always latch on to this. World War II bombers, even the shit ones, had larger bomb capacities. The F-117 could only carry 2 bombs. It was slow, it was fuel hungry, and it was a maintenance nightmare. It was one of the most temperamental aircrafts ever made, and it came at a cost of roughly $122 million in 1998 money, depending on which source you look at. The cost was so high because of the amount of advanced computers required to fly it. The weird angular design made it stealthy, but not exactly aerodynamic. So much so that the prototypes were known as the Wobbly Goblins. They were inhumanely difficult to fly, and it was only because of the aircraft's fly-by-wire system that it was capable of flight at all. And this idea of stealth, the reformers claimed, was just a gimmick, an expensive gimmick, and one that didn't really come with any great advantage. Look-down radar is required to be mounted high up on another aircraft, which isn't really a problem if the enemy can't launch any because you're dominating the skies with your highly maneuverable jet fighters. And they claimed once the Soviets learned about this new stealth fighter, it wouldn't take them long to retune their radars, or develop new radar systems, or that stealth systems incorporated by Lockheed were vulnerable to certain lower frequencies and techniques used by highly powered or older generation radar systems. In essence, it wasn't stealthy at all. And in 1999, in the skies over Serbia, the reformers would get their vindication. It's 1999. A war in Yugoslavia has been raging since February of the previous year. Now, I'm not going to get into all the nuance and politics of that war or the situation which caused its build-up. What I will say is the Wikipedia article for the Kosovo War has to be one of the longest on the site, and has a section on known mass graves. That should give you some clues as to why I'm maybe skipping it. It would take me several hours to explain, and people would still get mad at me in the comments. Needless to say, NATO intervenes, and a long and aggressive bombing campaign against military targets in Serbia begins. Part of this NATO deployment is a section of F-117s. Weather is bad, and they are mostly flying at night. Serbian air defense is using mostly outdated and low-tech equipment. Maintenance of that equipment is expected to be very bad, and therefore not really a threat. Regular non-stealth aircraft have been flying in and out and harassing the radar stations with seed weapons, auto-seeking missiles specifically designed to home in on radar installations, so no one was expecting any problems. With the F-117s being radar invisible, they should have no issues. And that was the general feeling on the night of March the 27th, 1999, when a squadron of 4 F-117s entered Serbian airspace. They knew the Serbian air defenses would be hunting them, but they expected almost total immunity. The black jets remained grouped until they hit the border, and then each split off, moving towards their own designated targets. And as one of those F-117s turned to home in on their designated target, something very interesting happened. The pilot spotted a missile flying towards them. There were no other planes in the air, nothing nearby. This was a radar-guided missile locking on to him. Through sheer luck, the first missile missed. The second one did not. And though the pilot bailed and was later rescued, this was the first recorded shootdown of an F-117. The first combat loss of a stealth fighter. And what had done it was nothing more than a simple, outdated radar SAM site from the 1960s operating in low-frequency mode. It was a national embarrassment. Overnight, the man who had been manning the battery, Colonel Zoltan Dani, had become a national hero. It was a massive propaganda victory for Serbia, who still celebrate it to this day. And for the reformers, it was all the proof they needed. If an older radar system could shoot down an F-117, then the whole stealth thing was really just an expensive gimmick. And that was the bottom line. Or was it? Okay, this may seem a bit like a diversion, but in 1966, England won the Football World Cup. Soccer, to my American audience, beating Germany 4-2. I mean, they've never won it again, but this single victory, even though it was nearly 60 years ago, even though most of the players and the people at the match have now since passed away, is as much ingrained into English culture as tea and biscuits. It's referenced almost constantly. Anytime there is a match between England and Germany, chants of 2 world wars and 1 World Cup dominate the air. It even almost made it into the national anthem. The Germans, however, find this rather surprising. I mean, Not only are they completely unaware of this culture, they just don't really get what the big deal is. They don't consider 1966 to be one of their great football losses, nor do they consider England to be one of their greatest rivals. Germany has won the Football World Cup 4 times. But you see, because it's England, and England sees that one victory as an equal to that of winning the Second World War, and Germany simply doesn't care, it's meant that England is pretty much at liberty to dictate how the whole thing went down. They produce books, films, documentaries, interview the players, but because it's such a strong point of national pride, it all has to be structured in a way that doesn't cause upset to Big Barry and the Brexit bunch, because that's your target audience. And because there is no audience for the opposite, there has never really been much opposition or critique of the facts the English present. Simply put, no one cares. And the shutdown of the F-117 over Serbia is pretty much like that. In Serbia, that one shutdown is a point of national pride beyond almost anything else. They have produced countless books and documentaries about it. They've got a museum dedicated to it. The man who did it is a national hero. And there are reasons for this. England still froths at the mouth over 1966 because England believes it is the best at football. They invented it. They are the only country which plays it correctly, even if though since 1930 they have lost 21 out of the 22 World Cups, a fact they proudly ignore because in their mind they believe that Germany is somehow, for some reason, still coping and seething at this one loss. The idea that they aren't and don't care is something many football fans in England would find deeply insulting. And with the F-117 shutdown, it kind of allows Serbia to do the same. You can't look at videos or pictures of the F-117 on the internet without a Serb in the comments reminding you that they shot one down. In their mind, they still believe that the United States of America, the most powerful military force on the planet, is still coping and seething that Serbia, little Serbia with its backwards military, was able to take down one of their most advanced fighter jets. But it also helps gloss over the realities of the Kosovo War that many people in Serbia still feel uncomfortable with. So discussions of the Kosovo War are dominated by the tale of Zoltan Dani and the night they shot down a stealth jet, and how clever the Serbs were and how much America underestimated them over things like war crimes. And because no one else really cares, the Serbs have been allowed to get away with stating their version of the story as objective fact with little to no cross-examination. And this has been signal boosted in the US by the Reformers Club because it helped demonstrate their narrative. But you see, there is a bit of nuance to this whole reality. The shutdown wasn't exactly as simple as it may seem. For one, the US had been flying in and out of the same airbase every night. Unknown to them, the base was being watched. Serbian spies were held up in a house which overlooked the runway, and from their position they could see what was taking off and what was landing. That night, no other planes
the US
left
got
the runway
complacent.
outside of the F-117s.
They should have
They quickly
assumed
passed this
somebody would
information
watch.
along to their commanders. Furthermore, the American bombers took the same path every night, so the Serbians would know exactly which direction they would come from and roughly how long it would be before they arrived. Now knowing the skies would be clear outside of the Nighthawks, every battery in Serbia switched to low frequency mode. They knew they had no other threats to deal with. They knew they could be more active with their radars, as no Sea aircraft were operating that night, which means when the F-117 in question, ducking and weaving through hills and valleys, briefly showed up as an unidentifiable smudge on a local radar, they knew exactly what they were looking at. They knew which direction it was going, and the air defense battery nearby knew exactly where to point his radar. And well, this is the part the reformers tend to forget. Danny flipped on his radar. Nothing. He tried again. Nothing. Twice he activated his radar and it told him nothing was there. Had Danny been following standard procedure, turning his radar on for 2 sweeps meant he was now lit up like a Christmas tree. His position was compromised and most likely a Sea aircraft was on its way to deliver several hundred pounds of radar-seeking death. He now needed to move, and move quickly. But he knew the skies were clear. He knew there were no Sea aircraft, just the Nighthawks. So he turned his radar on again. And this time, he got something. By a startling coincidence, at the exact time Danny had turned his radar on, the F-117 had its bomb bay doors open, the one brief moment in that aircraft's journey where it would be visible on radar. To explain just how lucky a shot in the dark this was, the F-117 did not operate like other bombers, where you flip the switch, the doors open, and the bombs drop. The F-117 carries exactly 2 bombs, typically GBU-12 paveways. These are laser-guided bombs. The system on board the aircraft, once the target has been selected, will automatically deploy the bomb in the most optimal flight path, and then drop the bombs automatically. The trigger on the F-117 is not a trigger, so to speak. It simply gives the plane permission to fire. If that has been pressed, the doors open, the bombs drop, and the second those bombs are clear of the doors, they close. In some cases, those doors can be open for less than a second. The shootdown of the F-117 over Serbia was a case of extreme luck and no small part of negligence on the part of NATO. The detection of the F-117 had absolutely nothing to do with the fact the radar was operating in low frequency mode. But that did not stop the reformers, who even today still bang on about the follies of stealth, how old radar systems and even systems from the Second World War can detect them. You even see this when people talk about modern stealth aircraft like the F-35. Harder, my World War II radar can detect it. And because of this, and because of the propaganda around the shootdown, the system that did it, the S-125 Neva, has remained in service. It's a 60-year-old system by now. In fact, if you're a small country with some spare cash, Russia will sell you a slightly upgraded version of this exact weapon system, advertised as anti-stealth. Countries that still operate it include Azerbaijan, Cuba, Bulgaria, Libya, India, Moldova, North Korea, Serbia, Syria, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Venezuela, Yemen, and even Vietnam. Even the modern S-400 systems currently in use by Russia and systems built off it like the ones used in China still follow similar design ideologies, still follow that same principle about what stealth is weak to, and it doesn't work. If America needed to invade any of these countries and stealth bombers were part of its campaign, all those countries, all those operators have been trained to immediately switch to lower frequency, and that is not something you want to do. A lower radar frequency can give you a much higher RCS return on any aircraft you might be looking at, but that comes with a significant downside. Lower frequency radar cannot penetrate cloud or rain. It can be affected by flocks of birds, waving trees, high wind, and even direct sunlight. But even if all the conditions are perfect, a lower frequency radar is not just going to pick up planes, it will pick up absolutely everything, including things like radio waves, satellite televisions, phone calls, electromagnetic interference from home computers, power lines, everything like that. If you don't have a system in place to screen all that out, which typically countries still using the S-125 Neva won't have access to,
God, what
be
is
typically
going
unable
on?
to afford, you're left with a man or a woman staring at a screen that has now just become alive with radar blips, trying to find the one blip on the screen that might be a plane in the brief window you have while the radar is on. The radar the Serbs used hit the F-117 twice and didn't see it. Even in the lower frequency, the F-117 remained invisible until it opened its bomb bay doors, and Lockheed knew that. The Hopeless Diamond model they tested had been tested in the lower frequency band, and its radar return was less than the size of a bird's eye. But because of the story, countries and militaries around the world all operate radar missile defense systems, fully believing they can defend themselves against stealth technology that has never been proven to work. And
Alright. If anybody watches this on VOD, the guys that stopped by earlier in the stream, thanks for stopping by. Games were relatively good. There were a couple of cheaters for fucking sure. I was gonna go till 6 p.m., but I can't. It's 2:30 p.m. right now. Probably gonna go eat something, watch a video, and I'm gonna go to bed early as fuck. Because we need to get this clock reset. And I can't scroll Twitter because I appealed those 10 tweets, and I am not gonna cancel the appeal. I'm gonna wait. So anyway, I will be back probably early morning. Adios.